everybody, ReefGrrl here, and welcome to ReefGrrl Live. I'm so glad you could make it. The whole idea here is to have some fun, chat, ask a few questions, maybe show us what you're doing, and get to know each other a little bit better. So sit back, relax, grab a drink. The stream is about to begin. Hi everybody, welcome. Saturday night again, and here we are. It was pouring rain for the last couple of days and it's now just got sunny, so the light in here's kind of weird because it's still coming in the window, but it should even out a little bit later on. I guess maybe I'm the only one sensitive to it because I'm vain, but anyway, glad you could all make it. Everybody's chatting to each other. I should say right off the top, we did have Fish of Hex lined up as a guest, but he has had an opportunity to take his boys camping, so that's what he's doing tonight. And family first, and what a great chance to get out and spend some time with your kids. So we'll have to save him for another night. I'm sure that won't be too long coming, but it is summertime and there's a lot of stuff going on. And I guess that leads me to saying thank you to all of you for being here on your Saturday night. And if you're catching this on the replay, thanks for tuning in. And hopefully you'll stick around for the whole thing because I think it's usually pretty fun. The last couple we've been having a good time, I think. So let me say hi to everybody. What have we got over here tonight? Starting with Tony Close, UK Reef. Hey Tony, you were first in, and there's Broke Reef Man 45. Hello Cindy, hi Tony. Hey Broke Reef Man, Paul. And who else are we? Oh, hey Benny, Filipino Reefers here. Glad to see you. And B Speak, hey B, glad you could come in. There's Straight Reefer, ReefGrrl and Reefers. Hello. Thanks, Straight Reefer. Hit the like button on the way in. Really appreciate that because apparently it does help get the stream recommended while it's live. So that's kind of cool because maybe somebody might discover it who hasn't seen it before. What else we got here? BC. Hey, Doc BC. Nice to see you. Hey, MB Reef, glad you're here. And Multiple Aquariums. Hey, Diego, thanks for coming by. And FC's Reefing. FC's Reefing, I don't think I've seen you in quite a while. So welcome, glad you could make it. So what's the news this week? Well, I still haven't seen a doctor about my knee, but my bruises are almost gone. So there's something messed up, but I can walk without pain. And right now I'm kind of afraid I don't really have time to deal with it. It's not bugging me, but I know something needs to be done. So I think I'm over all of that. The tank, we got the road paved in front of our house on Thursday. I did let the fish store guy know, Nick, and I have not heard from him. So hopefully I'll hear in the next couple of days about a shipping date for my aquarium. And that will be very exciting. And I'll probably share that on Instagram. And of course, it's going to be documented for a YouTube video because the first part of the build process is finished as far as the sump. And then the second part of the build process is going to be the display. And that, of course, is going to be the delivery to start with that and the uncrating. So you're going to see it the same time as me in the video. So yeah, I'm now finally starting to make a few plans about how I'm going to do that, what all the logistics are, and get it set up so that I can capture it and make sure that that I've got it all documented. Who else have we got here? FC's, I lurk. Yeah, I think a lot of people lurk. I tend to lurk on live streams too, because as much as I really like chatting, you know, sometimes you don't really have time to stay involved with all the typing. And I find I tend to miss a little bit of what's going on if I'm involved with typing. So I totally get the whole lurking thing for sure. But it is really nice to see you in the chat. Anyway, and there's Algae Warrior. Hello. Hey, Taryn. Nice to see you too. Glad you could make it. William Peace Jr. Hello. There's Marcus Airless 187. Glad to see you. Taryn. Yay, so excited. Thanks for bringing us along on the journey. Yeah. I couldn't not do that, right? I mean, I started my YouTube channel in February of 2016. And since that time, There was a time when I was absolutely documenting everything, no matter how trivial, and it's kind of changed now. I don't get into quite that detail, but I will say that those made for a lot of good videos, I thought, because of all the detail and all the weird stuff I was capturing. But lately I haven't got a lot of video because there's nothing really much to see. It doesn't really change that much from day to day. I told you guys last week about my 2 new fish, and I've had them for 2 weeks as of tomorrow. They're both doing absolutely great. I noticed that Desjardins Tang has a couple of notches out of the lower part of his, the lower section of his fin of the sail, the part that goes down underneath, and then the back end of that at the bottom has a couple of look like bites out of it. So I'm a little concerned about that. I have seen the purple tang sort of flash his tail at him, but they're not fighting per se, but I have a feeling the purple tang is looking for dominance. So I may remove the Desjardins and put it into the 100-gallon that has the skimmer in it, because there's a lot of algae in there. It's really heavy with algae. And the 150 has a whole back area full of media bags, and I don't want to lose him back there. I want to keep an eye on him even when he's in the tank. So yeah, I have to make a decision about that this week. But they're both looking absolutely wonderful. Healthy, they're getting fat. Desjardins was a little skinny when I got him, and he's absolutely looking great. So that's kind of the only update I really have for that. And that ramble comes on from documenting things for video. So yeah, and I am having trouble with a couple of corals. I don't know if my purple cinerina is going to recover. It's kind of waxed and waned. Sometimes it does well. Other times it looks like it's shriveling up. It's expelling some zooxanthellae. And yeah, I've moved it from Mollywood back into the other tank in a different spot. And today it looked pretty good. So we'll see what happens with that. I've also moved a bunch of loose rocks from both tanks and put them into Mollywood, the observation tank. And I've seen the Desjardins eating the algae on those rocks. And all of the rocks where there was algae are a lot clearer now. So yeah, I'm hoping to swap out loose rocks until such time as I can move him actually into the tank. Okay. Hey, Murphy's Aquatics. Nice to see ya. Yo, what's cracking? Hopefully not my tank in the truck on the way here. Hey, Pappy Reefer. Chad, nice to see you. Hi, Annie Jefferson. Oh, I'm glad you dropped in and said hi. That's awesome. What's up, stranger? FC stranger. FC's Reefing. Liked your update. Oh, he's talking about Murphy. Hi, Lee White. It's been a while since I've seen you, Lee. I recognize the name, but it's been quite a while. I wonder if I've got some pictures I can show you guys while we're waiting for perhaps a guest to join in. If you missed the very beginning, we were going to have Fish of Hex here tonight, and he's had a chance to take his kids camping, so that's what he's decided to do, and I think that's awesome. So we'll have to save him for another night. Maybe I can give it a little more advance notice and tell everyone to bring their questions. What do we got going on here? Oh, you know what? I might as well start with this, get it over with. My daughter's husband's family does an annual men's camping weekend, and it's usually in July. And my grandson was only 6 months old last year, but he did go, even if it was just for a couple hours in the afternoon. And this year he went for the whole weekend. And they set up a campsite on their property because, of course, right now camping is not really something that can be done, or at least 2 weeks ago it couldn't. So they set up a campsite on their own property and at one of the way back fields, and went back and forth by quads. And the little guy absolutely loved it. They discovered he loves ribs, and here he is. I guess that's his third rib. And he's got the bone in his hand. Yeah. So there's some really, really good pictures of him on that weekend, soaking wet, hair plastered to his head, mud all over him, wearing his boots. And apparently he's quite the little camper. So it's very cute. Cool. What else have I got? Oh yeah, and I should tell you guys this. You know, I have this radiant heating system, and when we first filled it, there was some question about should we put um, uh, fittings so that we can refill it if necessary. And we're thinking, well, where's the water going to go? But we had the plumber put in all the proper fittings, just as if it were a home boiler system, because you never know. You might want to swap the water out for some reason, or who knows, have a problem that you have to fix and then you have to refill it. And one morning I went down there and I could clearly hear a hissing noise. So when I went over to the water heater, it sounded like it was coming from the valve, the release valve that's on the top of it. So there's a pressure gauge, and I looked at the pressure gauge, and it was reading 0. The pump was running, but the water wasn't going anywhere. The How can I explain this now? The hose leading out did not feel warm enough. It wasn't really going anywhere. And so I called my husband, and he came down and looked at it. And it just so happened that as he texted the plumber, the guy that installed the stuff was nearby, so he came right over. And so the upshot of it is there was an airlock, and so the air had to be bled, and so he did that. We took care of it, and we figure this is something we're learning, and so now we have another maintenance thing we have to do. We figured that the water that came out of the tap to fill the hoses in the first place was oxygenated, so microbubbles. And if you've ever run a canister filter, you know that you periodically have to tilt them to dislodge the air that gets trapped up underneath the top of the filter, because air does get drawn in somewhat from the water just because of air movement, gas exchange, whatever, and it collects at the highest point. So here's what happened. The oxygenated water with the microbubbles, it took 5 months, that's how long it's been running, for that air to aggregate in one spot at the high point of the hoses, which was above the beam, above the heater. And so we couldn't see it until we went looking for it. And so after bleeding it all out and everything's all fine, we got it running again, no biggie. I only lost about a half a degree, even with running ice cold water through the hoses when it was first put in to the system to push out the air. I don't know if we would have emptied the whole pipe to do that, quite possibly. So the lesson is, first of all, the air has to be bled out of the system regularly because of the fact you can't control the amount of oxygen that's in the water that goes in. It's going to have oxygen in it, microbubbles. They're going to aggregate over time. And that's, I think, what happened. They formed a void in the hose that only had air. The water couldn't get through. So the pump was warm, was not hot. The water heater itself was just cycling on and off like water heaters do. As the thermostat showed that it needed to heat up, it turned on and off. So no damage to anything. But what caught my attention was the hissing noise. And that was the water heater releasing pressure because the pump was trying to push and nothing was going anywhere. So lesson learned. And like I said, probably once a month from now on, we will be reef bleeding the air off and putting new water in to replace whatever gets taken out in that process. So that was pretty interesting. I'll be putting an update. I've been promising an update of the whole sump system, so I will include how all of that happened in a video, because I think it's really important with these radiant heating systems. It makes total sense when you look back on it that there would be air in the water, and we know from having other types of filters that that air will rise to the highest point and collect there. So it's totally logical and common sense. And we got away with it for 5 months, but from now on, we're cleaning it every month. So there's the radiant heating update. Let's see who else we got in here tonight. Everybody's saying hi to each other. Cool. Okay. And I don't think I showed you guys last week because we were off on a whole bunch of other things, but I did talk about getting some dosing products in from the US, and I didn't really say a lot about it because I wanted to make sure they actually got here. And the product that I got is now set up as my two-part dosing on the sump system, and it's running. And I also got some coral food, and I've been using it, and I think it's making a difference. But who knows? I won't really know until down the road when I check what the stability is like of the levels. They were variable with the other stuff, and I was using Chem Reef Carbonate and Chem Reef Calcium. And the Reef Carbonate, every day I had to pick the crystals off the end of the dosing hose. So when that happens, I don't know what the actual dose is that's getting into the water, or whether it's accumulating on the crystals that form the precipitation at the end of the hose. I don't actually know how much is reaching the water. But with this stuff, it doesn't do that. And I have a picture of it. ReefGrrl, A is the calcium solution and B is the alkalinity solution. And they have trace elements in them. At least I know the A does, the calcium. So it's very similar to the balling method that I had started out with on the Red Sea tank, which is one of the reasons I liked it, because you don't really have to add anything else. These are 1-gallon containers, and at the rate I'm dosing right now, which is maintaining stable alkalinity at 8.5 roughly, we'll see how that goes as time goes by. This should last probably 7 or 8 months. And in the middle there is the food that they have formulated. A is for SPS and B is for LPS, and I have been feeding that to the tank twice a week. And yeah, I got an open mind. We'll see what happens. What I like about this idea, if it works and does what it needs to, is that I won't have to be continually dosing all kinds of other stuff. If the trace elements are sufficient to do what they need to do, and of course I can send an ICP test out and find out in about maybe 3 months once the tank is here and everything's running, and just see where all the levels are and see what happens with it. It's not that expensive. It's not easy to get in Canada. I had to import it from the States, and we'll see what happens with that. So I'll also do an update on that. And then the Alpha Reef. I don't remember if I showed you guys this. I told you I was getting the powder. I had to get that in from Germany because it's not really available in North America yet. And I'm impressed because when I poured it into the RO water, I stirred it up real good. It was a bit cloudy, left it overnight, and the next morning it had completely dissolved. This is the very next morning. I have not touched it when I took this picture. So I think that bodes well for it. And I'm hoping that the powder is the way to go. I'm using that on the observation tank because, of course, there is a large rock structure in there with coral. And I have been moving coral in and out of there. So I wanted to make sure that the water was good quality, and ultimately down the road, use that as a coral quarantine tank, as well as an observation tank for fish. Obviously, if I have to medicate any fish, I would have to set up a different tank and do that separately. But for the purposes that I want to use it for, it makes sense to make sure the water parameters are in good condition so that no matter what I put in there, then I'm not going to lose it because of poor water quality or insufficient alkalinity, calcium, or whatever. So yeah, that's what's going on with that. Where you at? Annie Jefferson. But I'll leave a box over a border. Sebago Lake, short drive to the border. I'm in sort of south central Ontario, about 20 minutes north of the lake. We had been going to Niagara Falls I have a mailbox there. And right now I still have 2 parcels there one from Carlos and one from Paul Blaney. Paul Blaney just got a DIY. Haven't heard from Paul or seen him around for quite a while. He's in Colorado. And those parcels have been there since March of 2020. So I want to get over and get those. And I don't know. I don't know what arrangements to make anymore because until they figure out what we need to do to travel, I don't want to leave the country in case I can't get back. And I really don't want to leave the country for 45 minutes and come back and have to quarantine for 2 weeks. So until the government sorts all of that out, it's really going to be interesting. But somebody coming here, we should talk. Like maybe that's the answer, is to have somebody who's able to come into Canada and then go back to the States, pick up the stuff. You never know. I'll buy you lunch. Oh, MB Reef is home after 2 weeks on vacation. I was scared because nobody was taking care of my tanks. Everything is good, thank God. Oh, that's good to hear. I'm glad. So stuff must have been stable and in good condition that it was able to be on its own for that length of time. That's awesome. What else we got? Hey, Fletcher, right? Nice to see you. FC's Reef. I started using All for Reef, liking it so far. Yeah. I used it on Mollywood for probably over a year. When I was at RAP in Chicago, Lou Ekus gave me a bottle to try, and I really liked it. It was the liquid stuff. So I got another bottle and used it all up, and then I waited too long to replace it because then all of a sudden everyone's out of stock. Nobody has anything. And from what I understand, Tropic Marin products are really variable in the supply right now. So a lot of it is out of stock everywhere. The powder, the stuff you just mix up yourself, came from Germany because no one in North America has it yet. It's shown as available for pre-order. So I'll do a video about it because it's interesting stuff, and I want to do a little bit more research into the type of process it is. It's a salt-based sort of element process. It's not carbonate based. So there's certain things that you do have to be careful about. And I did all this reading, and now I can't remember the details. So I don't want to say anything that's wrong, but I know that it's a different process that has different things you have to watch out for. So it would be interesting to look into that and find out exactly how it does work, that it doesn't precipitate out when you're mixing both the calcium and the alkalinity components in the same solution. Oh, look at that. Oh my God. Thanks, Pappy Reefer. $20 super chat. I appreciate that. That'll certainly help go towards all of the things that are going to be coming up. Maybe I need to start myself a savings account for livestock, because when I sit in this room and I look at the size of this tank, I don't know, it's kind of scary a little bit. I guess I'll find out pretty soon. Oh, cool. FC's just got the powder. Okay. Yeah, and apparently there's a DIY recipe for it using the actual chemicals. And I've heard of this. I know there's a video. I'm pretty sure BRS did some video on it, but I haven't seen it yet. Is it too late? Yeah, Algae Warrior. It's not too late. I sent out the email to everyone who has been on here before. So, Algae Warrior, if you send me an email, I know we've chatted in comments here and there. I'm going to put the email up here. So if anybody is interested in coming on in and showing us what you got going on, there it is. And I will send you out the link. Let me see if I can still paste it. Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, so I could do that almost right away. Cool. It's never too late. In fact, I could have 9 more people in here besides me. It'd be a little bit crazy, I think, but could be done. Marcus Aurelius, that additive has magnesium in it. It's calcium diformate and likely magnesium diformate. Are you talking about the ReefGrrl stuff, Marcus? Lee White, BRS carries the powder in the States. Yeah, and every time I looked, it was out of stock. And other sites showed it as available for pre-order. And so maybe they have it now, because honestly, since I got it about a month ago, I haven't looked for it. So it's quite possible it's available now. Hey, Cindy, hanging out tonight. Nice to see you, Skinner JW. Cool. Oh, okay, he just ordered the powder today. Nice. Yeah, getting over the border into here. Honestly, for a product that costs $26, it's like $40 for shipping. That's US dollars. So you know what the exchange is like. Our dollar isn't doing great right now. Again, it's below 80 cents. So you add the exchange on top of that, it's all in US. It's like $55 by the time I get it here, or more. For I think it was $75 actually when I first figured it out. So it's cheaper to bring it from Europe, believe it or not. MB Rave. The formate part gets the hydrogen molecule taken off by bacteria, making CO2, then turns to HCO3 over time. I'm not sure what that is. Something hydrogen. Yeah. Yes, that's all for Reef. Okay. All right. Let me see, Algae Warrior. If I have your email here. There we go. All right. I'm getting this ready. Here it comes. Cool. All right. Bicarbonate. Okay. And the bicarbonate is the one that, essentially just creates the alkalinity component. I mean, I'm fuzzy on the details, but I do remember reading about it, because my main concern, of course, is it something that's going to be safe to use in the long term? I'm thinking because it's from Tropic Marin, the quality of the ingredients is going to be high quality. There's not going to be any garbage crap in there, or fillers or anything like that are going to cause problems. And I think anyone who tests their parameters regularly and frequently and knows what they are and knows how to adjust them is not likely to have a problem with it. But I don't believe any of these things are set it and forget it, because of the way that they change the water chemistry to achieve what we're looking for, to make stuff bioavailable for the corals. So it just gets so complicated. Okay, cool. Oh, and look, there's Algae Warrior. Oh boy, you know what this means, guys, because I don't think we've had Algae Warrior on here before. Hang on a sec, let me get rid of that banner. Okay. All right, I'm going to bring Algae Warrior in. I got to think of a question. Oh, I know a question. Okay. Hello there, Garrett.
Hey, how's it going, Cindy?
Oh, wait a second. There. Now I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear
me? All right.
Cool. Can you hear me okay? Oh, you're frozen. You froze up, Garrett. Is the stream still going? Any feedback from the chat? Hello? You good? Hey, Garrett, I think we lost you. All right. Well, it's on for my end. Okay. Sounds good. Well, something changed in my streaming device right away, and I didn't know if it was because I lost the stream. I can see and hear you. Cool. Okay. Thank you, guys. Well, maybe Garrett, try again, and I'll pop you in right away. In the meantime, we're talking about the way All for Reef works. Yeah. See, and that's what I've heard about the DIY method. And I don't know. When I mix up calc with the calcium hydroxide, oh, here's Garrett again. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me now?
I can.
All
Sorry.
right, good.
I don't know what happened there, but I know it was my streaming device, and that's what I thought had maybe thrown the stream off. But nice to see you.
Good to see you. Thanks for having
Yeah.
me.
Hey, no problem. So I don't know if you've watched for a while when we've had new people, but usually we have what I call the troll question because I'm the troll guarding the stream, and you answer the question, and then you get to come in. And it's not meant to be scary or hard or anything like that. It's just kind of an icebreaker. And sometimes it's a yes or no question. So, you don't have to give specifics if anybody's listening who, you don't want to
Right.
hear the answers. So, all right, here we go. Here comes the question. Got to put the glasses on. Okay, everybody? Cool. Everybody loves the glasses. So, Garrett, if you think back over the last 12 months, do you know within $100 how much you've spent on your hobby, on this hobby? You don't have to be specific. Do you have do you have an idea how much you spent?
I have kind of an idea.
Do you?
I
Yeah.
would probably say around, because it's tough because when you put in buying salt and like all of the necessities and
Yeah.
all the testing equipment and stuff, I probably
Mm-hmm.
around 1500
Yeah.
within the
Yeah.
last year.
Oh, that's pretty respectable. That's,
Yeah,
you know, that that kind of probably compares to something like playing golf or,
right.
if you're in a hockey league or anything like that. So
I
that's
try
pretty
and
good.
keep it as budget as I can without,
Yeah.
having
Yeah.
to, take out a second mortgage or something like that.
Yeah, this is it. And I'm looking forward to getting back to where I can start trading frags with the local fish store because I really miss being able to do that. It really helped me a lot to get corals I wouldn't normally be able to buy because they're too expensive or, to buy some salt or whatever. So I'm looking forward to that part of the hobby, getting back into it. Yeah, for sure. Cool. Can you say something?
Hello.
Okay, good. Sorry. This thing's acting up. I might just ditch it. We'll see. Annie Jefferson. 1,500 a year. LOL. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. I've got I purchased a testing thing that I've paid for and I won't get it till September and it costs more than that. But,
I believe. I mean, the
yeah.
bigger the system is, the more
Yeah.
it gets like exponentially more
Mhm.
expensive for the hobby. I
Yeah.
just have nano tanks, but I will say the year before this, I spent a lot on getting this tank behind me all set up and getting all the equipment there. So,
Yeah.
then I could probably spend about 3 grand
Hmm.
in that year with
Yeah.
everything else.
It's very easy to do. And even if you have several nano tanks, it can add up because you need separate equipment for each one.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
Yeah.
you know, for sure. So what have you got behind you there? Is that one of your nanos or is that looks a little
Yeah.
bigger?
So let me see if I can I flip this around somehow?
Yep. I think if you look at your camera mic controls,
Oh, there we go.
yep, there's a camera flip. And I'll put you up full screen. There we go. Cool. Oh, I'm liking this. Are those Sinularia in the middle
Oh
there?
yeah, absolutely.
Ye beautiful. Oh, we lost you. It must not have liked the flip around. Hmm. Ooh. Oh, he's back. Quick. It must not have liked being flipped around.
So this is it.
Oh,
Yeah, these are two giant Sinularias I have right here. This one also is like a blue pinkish
ooh,
Sinularia. It's kind of hard to see in the video, but yeah, I'm a big softy fan.
nice.
And then I believe this is a Capnella right here.
Oh, yeah, Alex G would know exactly what that is. I know some of them that I've had, but I don't know a lot about the different varieties.
Yeah, they all look like pretty similar, especially with between like Sinularia and Nepthia. I
Yeah,
find that it's kind of hard to tell the difference between them.
yeah. Yeah,
But
Alex has a pink stereonepthia,
ooh,
and it's quite beautiful. So hopefully it'll continue to grow in his system. But have you run into Sharbuckle's Reef yet?
no.
On YouTube, if you go back a couple of years to his early videos of his tank, he was huge into softies, and honestly, he has one of the most beautiful tanks I have ever seen uh, anywhere, and it was all pretty much softies. It's
Ooh.
gorgeous. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a couple others that so this right here I got it as they called it a chain reaction.
Oh,
But I believe I've seen it somewhere else as a blue Colt coral. Um,
interesting.
yeah, and then behind that, I bought that as a yellow Fiji leather, but it's super green right now. So I don't
Mhm,
know if it's you know the LED lights that bring out more of the green.
mhm,
Um, but yeah, I like some leathers too, and I have
mhm,
some FPS too. Like I have a Milka Stylo
mhm.
right here, and then like the green Possilipora. This is a Birds of Paradise bird's nest.
Nice.
And then up top, this one's just kind of hanging on for dear life right now, but it's stopped receding. It's I got it as a yellow submarine. I think it's some sort of a bottle brush acro,
Mhm.
and that seems to be doing better now. Now I think it's just needed to get used to my tank a little bit.
Yeah.
But I have this branching green star polyp, which is probably one of my favorites. It's just
You do not see those very often, do you?
no. And as soon as I saw one, I was like, I have to, be on the
Yeah.
lookout for that.
Yeah, for sure.
And
Nice.
then it's just kind of a so right here I have my that's a pink leptocerus right there. You can't really see well, and that's my yellow sea cucumber, Jonathan.
Cool. I like your rocks. I really
Thanks.
like the way they go in like that, like a little pyramid kind of shape.
Yeah, so these are the Stax rocks
Yeah,
from Two Little Fishies. And
cool.
so I kind of made like kind of a little slope
Mhm.
so that I could, have a lot of coral placement on there.
Yep. The most beautiful tank I ever saw when it came to overall mixed reef had a terraced arrangement where the guy had sort of amphitheater style terraced upwards and
Oh, nice.
sloping back. And oh man, I wish I could remember the name of that channel. Hasn't been around in a few years, but those using that type of a sloped surface really can show off a lot in very little space. Very nice. Oh, hey, Calypso's Reefs. Glad to see you. Fletcher Wright is asking Cindy, when are you going to be receiving the new tank? I don't know. Uh, there's nothing holding it back now here. No paving to be done, no weird stuff to be done to the house that means they can't get in our driveway. It's all done. And I'm hoping that it will be shipped this week. So with any luck, if that does happen, I should be able to tell you something about it this time next week. Although, except this time next week, it's actually the fourth Sunday of the month. Next weekend is a Sunday live stream. But anyway, sorry, Garrett. I'm
Oh, you're
interrupting
good.
you, blathering
Oh,
on.
no problem.
So yeah, we'll talk about that a little more later. I like that orange.
Yeah, this is what I believe is a Bernard Pora. I've seen it a lot as like a micro Ghani or
Oh,
short polyp
okay.
Ghaniapora.
Yeah.
But I think Jake Adams on Reef Builders has confirmed that this is like this species is supposed to be called a Bernard Pora. But it's really pretty.
Yeah.
I have a terrible time. I've gone through like two Gonioporas, I think, before in the past, and
Uh-huh.
just they have never seemed happy in my tank. But this one is encrusting nicely, so
Hmm.
I'm hoping that
Beautiful.
will
Beautiful.
yeah. So it's a peninsula tank, but I have this cover on it because I get a lot of light from this window in the morning.
Oh yeah.
So I was getting a lot of algae and stuff.
Yeah. So how many tanks do you have?
So I have one, two, three for my quarantine, four, just setting this one up right now, five, and then the BioCube over here, which
Cool.
is six.
Wow. Do you know how many total gallons of water you have?
Let's see. I think last time I did it, I was like 110 plus
Oh yeah.
this new one. So about 160, something like that.
Yep. Nice. I like that
But
Monty on the back, if that's what that is.
this is actually a Leptocerus.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. The way it's wrinkled like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
So I have a couple of them. This was the original, and then I have one more towards the back right there. But this is the oldest tank that I have. This is the one I started with. It's almost 4 years old right now.
Yeah. And I like the rocks in here too.
Thanks. Yeah. Uh, I like this one. This rock right here we got all as one piece. It was I think it's a local um, company that does it. I live in the Portland, Oregon area.
Hmm.
But yeah, I really like the way it's structured, and there's lots of cool places around here to kind of put, some of these lower light, like these blastos.
Yep.
I've been struggling with the spot to find for these
Hmm.
because they just never seemed happy, the spots I chose before, and once I just tossed them under here, they really seem to be puffing up a lot.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing because a lot of times I don't know what low light actually means. And I ran into this with Cyphastria because they're supposedly able to really take low light, but not really because the ones that I've tried that with did not do well.
Yeah, I've had some that I'll put them in kind of a medium light, but once they start to go into the shadows, they grow a little bit and then they
Yeah.
just die off.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah. And Annie Jefferson says, Gawney's love flow and feed them. They grow like weeds in my tank. I have heard that about Goniopora to feed them. Plus, they don't like contact with their tentacles. So when I feed mine, I just turn the flow off and kind of puff the food all around it. And then when I turn the flow back on, of course, they pick it up. But every once in a while, I accidentally come into contact and that area immediately shrinks. So, yeah. Yeah, Calypso's Reefs also loves the scape.
oh,
And
thank,
Tony Close says, Garrett, great looking tanks. Cool.
oh, thank you.
Oh, hey, Nano Joe. It's okay that you're late. Oh, that
This
one's
one's
cool too.
this one's one of my favorite. It's Worldwide Corals Lithophyllon,
Uh-huh.
and it is just this super bright orange. It's called a 24K bar,
Mm-hmm.
and
Nice.
it's really done well when I put it down here with the higher flow, because I have a J-bow on the back that kind of pushes all the water towards the front and then down here. And so once I move this down here, it just all the polyps started popping out and just really has a good time. Same with the
Nice.
Leptostraya right here, these two varieties. One of them was receding big time, and I kind of moved the rock to where both of them would get more flow, and they started puffing up big time. And on this green one, you can't tell in the video, but it started getting like glitter specks in it too, which I've never seen before. So
Oh, cool.
it's very
Yeah,
cool.
Tony Close says 5 tanks must take all of your time up.
It does, but you know, some of them are really low maintenance. Like this. So this is kind of my this is Project Sinularia right here. This is the main mother.
Ooh.
And so I use this as kind of a nursery to heal up some of the frags and once they get on to plugs and stuff. But really, I don't do anything to this tank. I just top it off. And I feed it phytoplankton every now and then.
Yeah.
It's got a pretty healthy pods situation going on right now. So I'm just going to leave it as is.
And so what light do you have over that? It looks very white.
Yeah, this is the ReefGrrl Aquanite.
Oh yeah, I had that light.
Yep.
Yep.
And it actually accidentally got on one of my other tanks. It fell off the bracing and actually into the tank.
Ooh.
So after I dried it out, it wouldn't let me tune each of the channels. So I just left it full blast. But yeah, I tested the PAR in this and it gets about like 175 towards the top. So
yeah.
I'm pretty happy with that.
I would say, I mean, that sounds about right for most leathers anyway.
Yeah, I've found that they really like flow.
Yeah.
Like if there's one over here that just seems like super happy. These two, this one's kind of getting like blown around a lot more, and the polyps just seem a lot more puffy than this one that's kind of getting the all the flow broken up by this one. So
right. Oh, cool.
They do like some flow. And then like this tank over here is pretty low maintenance too. This is just my macroalgae tank.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Caulerpa.
Yep, Caulerpa racemosoma, sea grape. I was using it on the BioCube, but I went out of town and had somebody else feed my tank, and it made the bryopsis go crazy in there, which I'd been needing to deal with anyway. So I took this out and just put it in here for now.
Right. Do you mean the Caulerpa? You said bryopsis?
Yeah, I had bryopsis
gotcha. Okay.
In the BioCube.
Yeah.
It was getting really bad. It was bad before I left town, but you know, as soon as I came back, it was just everywhere. And this is after about a week and a half of Flux RX treatment. So everything seems really happy in here now. And it seems like the fluconazole makes some of the bryopsis like tastier for some of the inhabitants. Like I'll see my urchin actually nibble on it now, which when he hasn't before. Yeah. And some of the snails and stuff too. But
yeah, the stuff does work, no doubt. I've used it about 4 times. I haven't used it in the current system, but I might have to, because I do have a lot of bryopsis. It probably came in on a frag plug, because I didn't have it before. And I have had new corals since then. So yeah, not happy about that. But I have sort of reluctant to hit it with fluconazole again.
It's like my last measure, you know, like if nothing else will work, you know, the thing about bryopsis is that there's not a cleanup crew that will actually eat it. I even got some of these I'd mentioned I had seen that like someone had said that cowrie snails
Yeah.
can eat it. So I was able to find some after let's see if I can find any in here. They usually hide out, but I was able to find some and I bought 6 of them. And they don't touch the stuff either.
Mm,
Um, this tank got bryopsis too, so it's on its like second or third day.
yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That stuff does work. Fluconazole definitely
Mhm.
works. And I'm pretty sure it killed my long tentacle plate coral when I used it in the Red Sea tank. Uh,
Um,
and now I have the Cinerinas, and I don't want to risk it.
yep,
Um, I'm not saying that it did kill my long tentacle plate, but it struck me as really coincidental that that thing turned gray and died in within 48 hours of the dose of fluconazole. So that was the last time I actually used it, but it does work. It gets rid of the
yeah,
bryopsis. It really does. I've been pulling it out by hand, and I know you're not supposed to do that because it makes it spread.
right,
But I've been turning off the flow, scraping it off, getting it out of there as best I can, and we'll see.
yeah.
I'm hoping the Desjardins Tang will take it down when he goes after some of the hair algae that's in there, but who knows?
Yeah, see, I don't have any like super big tangs, but I got 2 rock pickers here. I have the Tamini tang,
Hmm.
and then I have my little cherub angel. He,
Right.
it's right there. Kind of hard to see because it's just a black spot, but there he is.
Yep. Yep. Nice. Cool. Skinner JW says, "Love the neon Dottie. I had to tear my tank apart to catch mine. Awesome fish, but was a terror." He must have seen a Dottie back in here.
Yeah, it was. That's in the BioCube over here. So this one actually took the. There he is, little snake. He's a cool looking guy,
Oh yeah.
but they are kind of when it says semi-aggressive, it's more towards the aggressive side because he will go after his arch nemesis is the 6-line wrasse that's in this tank right now. But yeah, they'll fight with each other all day long and just
Mm,
swim all throughout the rocks. But they seem okay.
yeah. Interesting. Oh, hey, the Herm 14. Hello, Reef Girl. Just came into the stream. Algae Warrior, great tanks, man. How old are the clownfish?
So these clownfish are this one with I've had the longest. That's about 4 years old, I would say. And then I got this one with the full bars. They came in. I got him from a tank breakdown, and he said that he's had him for about 3 or 4 years.
Mhm.
So I think they're around the same age. I think they just started to pair up because I'm not really good with clownfish behavior, but they were kind of like jiggling and doing a little dance.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Kind of in the spot right here, and they were like pecking at the rocks.
Yeah, they clean
So,
off, like if they're gonna lay eggs, they clean the
mhm.
spot off first. And with mine, they used to sweep the sand away from the bottom, and then they would lay their eggs on the glass at the bottom. Cool.
Yeah, thanks, Herm. I like the way your tanks are looking these days as well. We're going to see that frag tank up and rolling.
Pappy Reefer says, I have that grape weed in my fuge.
It does grow, but what I like about it is that it's super easy to harvest.
Yeah.
So, you can just kind of pluck it off, and the all of the roots and stuff will go out with it.
So you grow it in a separate tank in its own system. Do you use it for something?
So this tank I kind of used as right now I'm using it as like a invert quarantine.
Oh, okay.
So that they can have about 2 weeks before I introduce them into any of the systems. Before this was kind of like a catch-all. sort of a
Mhm.
tank to where, if I had extra rocks from one tank or another, I could just put them in here and, the tank would stay cycled. And,
Right.
like when I make these random purchases, like I went out and this rock right here, guy was doing a tank breakdown, the same guy I got the clownfish from, and he had this live Fiji rock. And he said he's had it in his tank for about 10 years. So I was like, yeah, I want as
Wow.
much of it as you will give up. So that one's right there. And then this is the other piece right here.
Mm.
And it came with a couple of mushrooms on it too, and
Oh,
some
cool.
just like some regular zoas as well.
Mhm.
But yeah, that
Cool.
was a very wise purchase, I think.
Yeah, anytime you can get that sort of thing, I mean, as long as it isn't, coated with anything like vermeted snails or whatever that you don't want.
Yeah, it had some it had a bunch of like bristle stars in it, which I was totally cool with. And then it
Mhm.
had, let's see if I can find them, but there's these really huge like copepod almost looking things that were on it. I don't know if they're amphipods, but they're like little baby shrimp. They're enormous. I don't think I can find
Maybe
them.
they are actually mysid shrimp.
Oh wait, I think that's one down there.
Oh, yeah, I can see them on the bottom there.
Yeah, and they look dead, but like you can see their arms start to flutter
Huh,
every now and then. So yeah, kind of cool little cryptic creatures to keep in this tank.
nice. So you would you if you hmm, this tank, you've got a little bit of hair algae and stuff, would you put a fish in here to clean that up, or do you just let it grow?
I kind of just let it grow so that the any cleanup crew I do put in there kind of has something to eat,
Right,
so they're
yep.
not just going into the sterile tank. um, so that they'll have something to eat. I just pulled a bunch out because it had gotten to like epic proportions and gotten to a point to where it gets to a certain point where it's super easy to just pull it off the rock.
Yeah, so true. Yeah. Oh, I've been there where I get my fingers and I don't wear gloves for this because I can't feel what I'm doing. So I make sure my hands are really clean and I scrub my fingernails, especially it's gardening season, right?
Mm.
And so I get my fingers wrapped around and I peel it off the rock. And when I bring my hand out of the water, it's like I have a fistful.
Yeah.
And you don't realize how much volume that stuff has until you pull it out of the water. It's crazy.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I pulled in weight probably about a pound and a half out.
Oh my god.
Because and I looked at my water level. I'm like, I have to put fresh salt water in here because it displaced so much in
Mhm.
there, and I didn't want it to overdo it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just have this is a simple tank, super simple gravity fed right here,
Yeah.
and I have it hooked up to this container right here, which I also use to top off my quarantine tank.
Oh, yeah.
And so yeah, I've drilled a little hole underneath here, and then just connected that,
Oh, I
and
see.
then
So the float is what controls the ATO, like the water.
mhm,
Oh, cool.
yeah, and it'll get to a certain level, start dripping out.
Nice.
Yeah, and then I just put this on so when I go to fill it up or when I'm doing a water change, I can shut off that ATO
Yeah.
whenever I need it.
Mhm. Well, and the nice thing too is your float valve is right where you can see it. So if there's any
Hmm.
kind of an issue with it, you'll notice it right away.
Oh yeah, like if a snail gets on it or something on the other
Yeah.
underside, which I've seen happen.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I
Weighs
can
it
just
down. Yeah.
pop it off there.
Sometimes they get I don't know how they get to the places they get sometimes. I really don't.
I don't know, cause like so I have a lid on this one, And I've had like a seraph snail come on this side of the glass. He'll find his way through there somehow and then up and over. It's crazy.
I have
Crazy
a
cleanup crew.
It's true. I have a picture of a snail climbing out of my Red Sea tank, and it's very early days. I think it was a turbo snail. And I think the caption was, I mean, I know it's a new tank, but I didn't think it was that bad in there. And it's just crazy to me. It's completely out of the water, up on the rim, climbing out of the tank. Just, yeah,
Crazy
strange.
stuff. Yep.
So have you got these tanks kind of set up for different types of coral, or like do you have sort of any themes, or how do you decide what to put in what tanks?
Not really. Like this one's kind of like it's seen it all. Like this rock structure isn't what I started with, and it's gone through kind of several different phases. But what I'm kind of into now is like easy SPS and a little bit of LPS and some softies. This one doesn't really have a whole lot of softies besides, I mean, if you could count zoanthids,
Mhm.
but yeah, like it mainly LPS, some SPS in there. Like there's a watermelon Samacora, and then this is a branching Kelly Green Samacora, but
Mhm.
that's about it. I have this red digitata
Mhm.
that I need to find a spot for, but it's doing good. But I just want to kind of like in my other tank, I want to have it to where I'm not I don't have any of like these super high end corals that I'll just, stress about, like if it's
Yeah.
not doing well. And I just wanted to have a tank that's kind of simple, easy to keep, and it
Yep.
grows good. And
Yep.
I like it. I think that's one of the most important parts is that you love your tank.
Yeah. And you've kind of made a really good point there about the stress of trying to maintain expensive coral. It just adds an extra layer of
Hmm.
something to think about that if you keep a reef tank or multiple tanks, like who needs that extra layer of, oh my God, what if that happens? What a waste of money. Like, yeah.
Exactly. These corals are alive, so I don't want
Yep.
their life to be put on mine.
Yep.
I don't
Yep.
want to lose any coral, but the ones that are high end and are definitely high stress as well.
Yeah.
So I don't think anything in this tank right here. I don't think I paid over like $45 US for.
Yep. Well, and some leathers can be pretty rare and sought after as well.
Uh huh. Yeah.
And I've run into a few that I've not been able to keep. Not necessarily even expensive ones, but I did have, I thought it started with an N. I can't remember. It was brilliant green. Maybe it was a Nephthia. And I couldn't keep that thing for anything. It just, no matter where I put it, no matter what I tried, it just did not like where it was. And it eventually perished. And, when that happens once, it kind of makes you reluctant to try it again.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
so there's that too, and, I don't know. I just think when you have a lot of softies, you stand a better chance at keeping them all happy,
Hmm.
you know?
Exactly. Exactly. And you'll be able to grow them out. And like, I just love the look of like a really well grown out, like huge colony.
Yep,
I think it
yeah,
looks so natural and so cool. And,
yep, me
that's
too.
kind of what I want to do with this tank is not have like a super abundance of corals, but have some that I really love that I want to see grow out. And,
Yeah,
that's why you see a lot of these empty spaces in here. But,
yep,
you know, it also gives, the tang and the angel something to pick at too. So,
yeah. Yeah, for sure, because they will, and,
mhm.
it's probably good for them to get the odd bite here and there.
Yep. Yep.
Fletcher Wright is asking what lights you're using on the BioCube.
Oh yeah. So for the BioCube, I have the Nycrew Hyper Reef. It's 100 watt,
I have that light. What is this with the budget lights yeah. I had that over my 90 when it was the temporary tank because one end of the tank was not getting any light. It's a great light. Do you use the
I love it.
timer? Like do you like have the little dongle that allows you to program it?
No, I kind of wish I did. I just have it on this. It's like a Coral Life outlet, and it
Yeah.
has like the timer on it or whatever. So it'll have like two switches for the daytime lights and two for the nighttime. So
Hmm.
when I do run a refugium on this, I just use that for scheduling. But I would
Right.
kind of like to ramp it up and down. Um, but I love this light. I think it
Yeah.
great puts off a great color, and like the corals seem to really like it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I agree with you about the color. And the one thing that's aggravating about the little dongle is that if the power goes out, it retains its programming, no problem, but it doesn't remember what time it actually is.
you have to reset the
So yeah,
time.
you do. You have to reset
Oh,
the clock. And my daughter used to walk in there, and the light, that little lone little light at the end of the tank would be on at like midnight because there had
oh
been
man.
if I had shut it off or I don't know, it happens so often. So I still have the light. I still have the little dongle and everything. I might use it again, but um, just one of the little drawbacks.
Right. Yeah, but for how much it is,
Oh,
I, I and I probably didn't even need the 100 watt. I mean, the 50 watt probably would have been just fine. I
yeah.
think this only pulls like 80 watts anyway, but still,
Mm,
everything is happy.
yeah. And
So
the colors look nice. Like I don't know if you're using a filter.
I
Um,
am using a filter.
right.
So this is what it's like, but it kind of goes back and forth because I got that sunlight in.
Hmm.
But
Yeah, I see what you mean. But the colors do look good under that. I mean,
yeah,
they're not oversaturated or anything. They look really good.
yep. Yeah, I really like it. And
Cool.
this is actually an Astreopora, which is one of my favorites. You don't see them a whole lot,
I
but
have one, and it's on a little frag plug, and it's these colors. It's kind of a green. Well, mine has like a dark purple,
oh, cool.
and it's not big, but it seems to be growing. It's a slow grower, and I find it really interesting to see it as a colony, like a large piece. That is really nice.
Yeah, so this was actually sold as a Montipora, but as I
Yeah.
did a lot of research and
Hmm.
looked into it more,
Hmm.
I noticed that it was an Astreopora, but it's really cool. It was encrusting, and then it started to plate out
Hmm.
here, and there's even like a little spot where it might be branching as well.
Oh, cool.
So
I'll have
yeah,
to
this
keep
is
that in mind then when I mount mine, try and put it somewhere where it has an opportunity to do that.
yeah, this is one of my like favorite kind of odd corals that you
Yeah.
don't really see a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm always looking for the weird ones that nobody else has.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
hey,
like
Joseph
them.
Posada. Cool. Well, this is really neat. And you've taken the hood off the BioCube and you've replaced it with a screen top.
Yeah, just a regular screen top,
Yeah.
it's like a window screen.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
then it has like the fiberglass mesh that
Mhm.
it comes with. And I actually super glued all of these because I'm worried about metal leaching into the systems
Yeah.
almost always. So I super glued all the ends together.
Right.
But it you know I've heard people say that screens don't really um, you know shade a whole lot of the light, but with this like closely fiberglass mesh,
Hmm. Hmm.
it does a lot.
Yeah.
When I took the lid off and left it off for a few days, the Astreopora started bleaching out like
Yeah.
really bad. So
Yeah, I think screens, any type of screen does make a difference in the light transmission. The screen that I have on the observation tank, it's an Innovative Marine Nuvo 40. It's the one that came with it, and the mesh on it is so dense. I just you can't believe the difference using the screen and not using the screen. There's so much of the light that it cuts out.
Yeah,
And,
it really does.
sometimes it's good because that way you can have your light settings, such that, you can actually push them through the screen, if you know what I mean? If you don't
Right.
have a bright enough light, then your screen's gonna not allow the proper light to reach your coral. But
Hmm.
I don't know, I just find it really, really does obstruct a lot.
Yeah. Like when I took my par measurements, I was kind of shocked.
Yeah,
And it was kind of difficult to get the meter like through here to get the readings, but I wanted to see what the difference actually was.
yeah, yeah.
I did it with a Sinai par meter.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
cool.
Oh, here's another. There's a cup coral.
I have that one too.
Nice.
Oh my god. I
We're
think we
like
have the
reef
same
twins.
I know, it's like we have the same taste in corals. Yeah, that's a turbinaria, like the pagoda coral, and
Uh-huh.
I can't remember the scientific name of this one. I do know that I have another turbinaria, which is also, a cup coral, scroll coral, chalice coral, not chalice, pagoda coral, and it's called Turbinaria reniformis, and
Oh, okay.
And it's the one that has super frills all over it, and it's dark purple with lime green polyps.
Oh, that's wild. Because
And that
I have this Laker scroll turbinaria too.
yeah, yeah,
And the I had to chop up this colony because it was in one beautiful piece, and it was like a perfect like cup,
yep,
but it I don't think it was getting the right amount of flow
mhm.
to all of it. So there was a dead spot that started to accumulate in the very middle of it, and then it just started to spread.
Oh,
So yeah, it's these things are super thick.
mhm,
Like I used my little Dremel tool to to do it, and I had to get a new blade because the one had dulled
mhm,
so much.
yeah, yep. It builds a skeleton,
Yep.
that's for sure. Yeah, this is it. You were talking about wanting to see grown out colonies, and I mean, if I have a tank goal, it's big. It's
Yeah.
I want to see the stuff grow out. I mean, it's never gonna be 3 feet across,
Right.
like you see out on a reef, but just to get a sense of what it actually looks like, what the real shape of it is when it's not a frag, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because you get so many, and I see a lot of things that could almost be like big colonies, and then like they get chopped up,
Yep, yep,
for one reason or another. Sometimes it's to make more room for other corals and stuff like that. But yeah, I love the look of nice big beautiful colonies.
yeah, me too. Cool. So do you have a favorite of all these tanks?
It kind of switches. Whatever tank is doing better, it kind of gets more of my attention.
Yep,
um and it's tough to see your a tank you really like in a situation where it's not doing the best. But
yeah,
if I were to probably just have one tank, it would probably be this Fiji Cube 38
yep,
Peninsula right here.
yeah,
I just love the way it's set up, and I put a lot of thought into it. It took me
mhm,
about like 2 or 3 weeks just to get the rockscape I wanted, and
yeah,
then even then I changed it up because things happen in this hobby. Like some like with in my case, a lot of it changes all the time just because
mhm,
you have a certain plan and then something happens, and
yep,
you
yeah.
gotta improvise.
It's true, and I'm famous for going to a choral show and going, "Yep, I could put that here, this there, that there,"
Uh-huh.
and then you get home and it doesn't work. for whatever reason, I mean, it could even be that the coral is encrusted on a plug, you get the stem off the plug, and you can't get it stuck to where you want it in the
Yep.
right orientation. It's gotta be sideways or on an a you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
there goes that plan, and then it's like dominoes. It affects everything else that you had planned, so yeah. But what I like about this is it's really got depth in the sense that it looks big from front to back. And I think it's because of how you've got those rocks sort of on an angle, and it looks like there's like an alleyway between them or a canyon.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's really interesting front, like there's a lot you can't see as soon as you look at the tank. You've got to look at a different angle.
Yeah,
I
but if
really
you
like
go in
that.
some ways, you can see,
Yeah, yeah.
different things, so
Yeah,
I
exactly.
appreciate it.
You're not afraid to put lower things at the back because they are still visible, you just have to look at it from the right angle.
Right.
Cool.
Thank you.
Ooh, got a couple of chats here.
I also like having these rocks kind of, or each of the corals kind of segregated to a certain rock. That
Mm,
way, if I need to move them, I can just move the whole rock instead of having to try and, you know,
yeah,
uh, peel it off. And, some epoxies and glues are better than others, but, some
yeah.
sometimes,
Yeah, if you ever had to do a rescue or you could just pull out the whole rock.
yep. Yeah, like this one up here, I wasn't sure. That's why the rock is all white. I just put it on that rock just so I could kind of monitor it, and if because originally it was in the BioCube, and that's when it started to deteriorate. So I was like, all right, let's put it in this one. That's it. Just leave it alone. Give it some time to heal and recover, and see what happens from there.
Yep, yep.
And I
Cool.
thought about chopping it up too and doing like, multiple frags, but I was kind of torn, and I was just like, let's just see where it goes. If the white part really starts to get algae super bad, I guess I will. But
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to know what to do with these because it can happen overnight too,
absolutely,
you
yeah.
know?
Hmm.
I've noticed that. Cool.
Yep.
So
And
great to
so
see.
down here, I'm just dosing Kalkwasser, and
Mhm,
then that's my ATO
mhm.
right there. And then in the back, I have a little sponge pad because with the fluconazole treatment, all of it comes off the rock, and so I end up getting a whole lot of stuff in the filters.
Oh,
But
yeah.
it is set up for a filter sock, which I have under there too. I just wanted to catch some of the big stuff in that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how I run mine as well with a flat, piece of filter floss horizontally on the top of the filter sock, and it really does help pull out a lot of the big chunks that if they get down into the filter sock, it gets makes it really hard to clean.
Yeah, yeah, and then it'll just like break down, and you'll get excess nutrients that you really don't want.
Yeah.
And then I don't have this going right now, and to be honest, I don't really use this a whole lot. But this is my skimmer. It's the Hydor Slim Skim
Mhm.
nano skimmer. It works really well, but almost too well because I was bottoming out my nutrients
Oh, yeah.
and getting dinos.
Mm.
So, and then I have two heaters hooked up to Inkbird,
Mhm.
and then I have for lighting. I have two AI primes up here,
Mhm.
and then two T5s, which
Oh, right.
have gone off. But yeah, one actinic and then one blue plus. I'm
Mm.
doing the old Billy Pipes
Yep.
method there.
Yeah, Joseph Posada was asking, he's commenting on the shimmer that you have in here, really nice. So Joseph, it's AI primes, I guess, that are doing that. I like the AI prime. I had one on my very first tank with the sump. It was just a little 20-gallon, and the app confounded me. I could not figure out how to work the sliding bars and the timer and all that kind of thing. So I sort of I gave it away, and I was talking to the guy from AI at RAP in Chicago, and about the lights, and I guess this is right around the time when um, the Hydra came out. I can't remember, but I was describing to him the problems I was having, and he answered the question that I needed answered, that nobody could answer, that even though I phoned in a number of times, everybody thought I was nuts for asking this simple question about this orange slider bar. But anyway, so now I have one that's the one that's over the observation tank, Mollywood. And I really do like the quality of the light. It just makes everything look nice.
Oh yeah. I first used one of these over the BioCube, and that's when I kind of fell in love. I was just like, oh my gosh, this is like, because it was the first kind of higher end like name brand light that I bought, and
Mhm.
I was just blown away. I'm like, wow, it has so many adjustments that you can make, which is really cool. But to someone who is newer to the lights like that, it could also be a hindrance
Yeah.
because these corals have to get used to the light that you're,
Yep.
putting down. So I kind of tinkered with it, a little too much, but now I have the spectrum that I want and the look that I want, and
Mhm.
I do really blue ramp ups and ramp downs at the end of the day. And
Mhm.
then I have a peak of warm white that only goes up to about 25%, not much,
Yeah.
which is what it's on right now. But
Yeah. Yeah,
I have
it
my,
just renders the colors so truly.
it does. And the corals pop just like nothing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
So, if you're a beginner, getting into lights and stuff, I really do suggest the AI primes.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with you there. The price, the thing is, you can go, and I've done it, so I can say this with some authority. You can go through half a dozen budget lights that, for
Hmm.
one reason or another, you decide to stop using because they're either inconvenient, or there's not enough spread, or they're not what you thought they were. Like, it's endless, right? All kinds of
Right.
reasons. So then you spend the money that you spent on those 6 lights on one good light, and it solves all the problems.
Yep.
And I would say AI Prime is an absolutely great light to start with if you're a relative beginner and you've decided, yeah, I really do love this. I want to get a better light. It's a great place to start because you'll learn how, like you were talking about, how to make sure you don't cook your coral,
Hmm.
and all that kind of thing. And then someday you won't have a problem shifting to the more expensive ones that have even more features. Some
Yeah.
of them I think are ridiculously overpriced. And I mean, I'm not going to name names or get into that debate. That's just my opinion. But I mean, I own a Kessel.
Right.
That light was pretty expensive when I bought it. I
Yep.
still use it. So 5 years later, it's still doing a great job. It's over the reef downstairs, but I won't be using it on the tank, but I will still find a use for it. But before that, I went through a heck of a lot of Chinese black boxes, and these days there's so many more available. It's like,
Oh yeah.
take 5
Well, and
different names and it's all the same light, but everybody markets it differently.
like this one right here, this is it's I bought it as a Relassie, but it's also advertised as a Bosley and I think
Uh-huh.
something else too. But
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. Coolio. That's neat. Well, I've got 2 people in the waiting room right now. I have MB Reef, he's been here for a few minutes, and Alex G just popped in. Annie says AI lights have an acclimation mode. I have Kessels and Hydras. I love the Hydras. Yeah. And Nano Joe, AI primes are great. Never owned one, but worked on tanks with them. Always impressed with them. Cool. So it looks, Garrett, like you froze again. I'm going to bring in MB Reef and Alex G. And you know what? I saw Reefing with O in here briefly, but I didn't get a chance to get over there and get you guys in. So here we go. Here comes MB Reef. Hey, MB Reef.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, good, good.
And oh, we lost Garrett, but when he pops back in, I'll pull him back. And Alex G. Hey.
How you doing, Alex?
Doing good, everybody.
Good, good, good,
It's
good.
been a while.
Yes.
Yeah.
A lot of schedule conflicts in the last few weeks.
Yep. God, I have to get my hair cut. All I can see when I look up here is forehead.
You
Driving me mental.
don't got my kind of problems, though, Cindy.
But looks so much better with bangs. July 30th. Anyway. People bash current light, but they're not bad for mid-low corals. Yeah. Yeah, the whole lighting thing, I mean, it's just fraught with arguments, opinions, everything else. And, you just have to do the reading that you can do to figure out what you want, look at your budget, and see if you can stretch it a little bit. If there's one thing that you think you'd find really useful, that's what I've learned in the hobby. I mean, I've never had to double my budget to get what I want, but there have been times when I've spent a little bit extra and felt like it was money well spent because I got whatever that feature was that really made things easier for me. Gizmo. Hello, Gizmo. Yeah.
They're looking at you. Right over there.
Yeah, Gizmo. I've got my door shut, so my cat won't be coming in here tonight.
He's like, I don't really care.
Yeah. So MB Reef, you've been on vacation for a couple weeks. The tank's
Yes,
looking beautiful.
Yes. I have to clean the glass for a long time, but yeah, I did it.
Cool.
And then I'm not only to this one, so I have another one. So
You have another take, like a new?
yes,
Is this new?
this is the new one right here.
Oh, okay. Oh, that looks nice. That's like a lagoon style. Is that a 25 lagoon?
No, this is a 40.
A 40. Oh, very nice. Very nice.
So basically, this one have a month ago that I set it up.
And did you put coral in here from your other take?
I put couples from my other tank, but everything else basically they knew.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. And so when you went on vacation, you left both of these tanks.
Yes.
Wow, you're brave.
It's the one thing with vacation for me. It used to be, I used to unfavorite my favorite thing in the tank because I had about 3 vacations when I was younger where every time I went on vacation, wherever my favorite thing was in the tank, it died.
Wow.
Never fails. I don't have that problem because I can't decide what my favorite coral is. I know I have a couple that it wouldn't bother me a lot if I lost them, but there's so many that I absolutely love. And maybe because I'm attached to them because I've had them for so long. Yep. Benny says your tank looks wonderful, MB Reef. Cool.
Thank you.
So Joseph Posada has a question about flow. How much is enough in general? That's kind of a tough question in some ways.
I think it's species dependent, and like SPS, it's whatever's not tearing the flesh off of them.
Mm-hmm.
LPS, I think it depends on the species. Torches can be beaten up pretty good, but then you have other ones on the other side of the spectrum, like bubbles, that they pretty much despise flow.
Mm-hmm.
And softies, they're kind of, I generally put them into the medium to high flow on most of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what Garrett was showing us in his tank. We seem to have lost him. I don't see him here. Maybe his phone died. Oh, hey, ATF in the house. I hope you're doing well, Alan. Yeah. Yeah, for flow, you really have to. I've always done a lot of reading on the corals that I get, find out as much as possible. I will even fight my way through pages and pages of forum discussions to find out what people's experience is. And then you have to observe it. And you have to remember that, well, maybe this is just me, but I had 8 power heads in my Red Sea tank. And the reason for that was so that I could target flow. I could get some areas of high flow where I needed it. And by bouncing the power heads off the glass in a certain direction and placing the coral properly, I could get a little bit of that uplift, gentle, like you really have to, I would say, maybe do a little bit of reading about how water reacts when it's moving, when it hits something, which way it goes, how to control that. Remember that water that goes to the surface loses a lot of its momentum, but not all of it. So you can use that as well to slow down a power head and get the flow you need. So like, it's not a simple question. And I really think if you read about what your coral needs and set things the way you think they should go, and then observe it, and don't set it and then walk away overnight or come back in a couple of days. Like, make sure you put it in there when you have the time to sit and watch it, because you'd be surprised how fast you can kill something like you were talking, Alex, a bubble coral, in a matter of a couple of hours. If there's just too much flow, you can rip the flesh right off the skeleton. And so take your time, do it one at a time, and watch. And it's quite amazing how you can pinpoint areas in your tank of certain kinds of flow if you have the right setup for flow generators, which I don't know if I'm going to get, because I've got the 2 gyres. I have no clue. I've never used a gyre before, so I honestly don't know what's going to happen with that. Whether I'm going to continue to use them. I don't know if they're going to work for what I want.
Yeah, I almost feel that what we really need would be something similar to a par meter. Like a stick with a probe on the end, but something that measures flow intensity, flow and direction, flow randomness. That would be a great tool to have, where you could stick it next to somebody that's got a successful colony of whatever kind of coral and go, well, what is like the flow factor of what they have, the intensity it's hitting, the amount of alterations in direction and force that's being exerted against it.
Yeah. And I think too, if you look at the skin of the coral, things like Montipora, you have to make sure you don't have it so that detritus will settle on them, because that stuff starts to decay and burns the skin. But if you have just enough flow to get it moving and get it off, then that's fine. A little more flow will get the polyps out. Something like a torch, it doesn't, the way the tentacles are, I've never seen a torch where detritus has settled inside it to its detriment, because there's all the mouths in there too. So even considering the kind of coral and the potential for having problems if detritus settles on the coral, then you have to decide how much flow you need to move that off to keep it healthy. Because there's also slime, because detritus will cause the coral to slime, and you want that slime off the skin, because it's not good for it to sit there and just decompose either. So, there's a lot of things to look at. My first 5 years in the hobby, I did nothing but read about coral. Nothing. It was just all consuming.
The other challenge to it as well is that, and I think this is kind of like the positive end of coral fragging, is that, when you get a bigger colony, that's something that's a little larger size, in a lot of ways, a lot of corals, especially stony ones, they grow into the flow that they're living in.
Mhm.
And I think that's where kind of like the positive piece of coral fragging comes in, is that the amount of frag in there, it'll start growing to kind of accommodate the conditions that it lives in.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, but that kind of still goes back to one of those things that I look at of, it would be nice to have something that would be a simple to use device
Mhm.
where you could see all the different major parameters of flow hitting something, so that you could kind of understand it better, or at least recreate it, because it's
Mhm.
kind of challenging in my eyes to look at it and be like, well, like I have two gyres and two MP40s in the tank and a return, but based on the rock structure and the size of the tank, there's so many variables in how that flow gets redirected and reflected and the eddies it makes.
Yeah.
Without a measuring device, someone could have the exact same power head scheme that I do, and even to the point of the same size tank, and then go, well, it's still not the same flow because the rock structure is different.
Yeah. Yeah. I did try when I set up the Red Sea tank, and I lost the video of it. I only have a really, really short clip. I tried getting those little balls that you get for kids from the dollar store. So the ones that are plastic and they're, I don't know, maybe 2 inches in diameter, and they're really lightweight and they're bright colors. And then I also got some of those wiffle balls, the ones with the holes in them. They're used for golf practice. And so I turned all the flow on and I dumped all of these things in the tank and I filmed them and the way they move, because I was interested in seeing where they ended up, because that tells you where the dead spots are, if it can get into a spot and not out of a spot. But then, of course, a ball is different than water in the sense that a ball has such mass that it could get into a corner and not get out, and that could have nothing to do with the fact that it's a dead spot, right? But the mistake I made was so many of them got into corners I couldn't reach. I actually had to move rocks to get them out of there because ultimately the flow pushed them in there. So as an experiment to identify what the flow patterns were, it didn't work very well. But Vivid Creative Aquatics has that thing that they put in their tanks with the rods with the multiple little windmill things on them. And I'm kind of thinking of trying to make something like that, just kind of make a couple panels like that. I'm sure there's a DIY way you could do it. And so that I could put them in the tank and just see what happens. And if you space them far enough apart, you get a sense of how the flow might differ. I don't know, or maybe just maybe just fly by the seat of my pants and figure it out as I go.
I think it's just one of those interesting observational pieces of the hobby where, that's what a lot of aquarists learn over time is, well, hey, just, when someone tells me like, well, I think I have a lot of flow, and then I think about what I have a lot of flow on, the one thing that has always been a separator for me is I think about my time snorkeling in the ocean. And I've had times where I've gone into coves and stuff where I'm snorkeling and literally a set of waves comes in
Mm-hmm.
and I get ripped 10 or 20 or even 30 feet one way or another within a few seconds.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the fish are all sitting there like, hey, this isn't a big deal. And I'm trying to streamline myself to stay put. But it's like, how do you even try to replicate something of that
Magnitude.
magnitude?
Yeah.
And at the same time, it's not a constant thing. It's randomized and it's periodic. And I think that's part of the reason, like with the flow that I'm looking at for my new display, is that I don't want to have I don't want to just have a power head just facing in one direction. Well,
No.
I'm gonna try and kind of DIY something like a sea swirl
Mhm.
where it's on a wave maker but also rotating so that it really randomizes it. Yeah, it might blast something,
Mhm.
but it's
But
not constant.
but only briefly. The thing that I first used for flow, actually, Reefing with O just came in, so I'm going to bring him in here, and he's doing something interesting. Hey, Earl, was the high door? I think it was called the flow, and what it was a little tiny rotating nozzle that operated on the pressure from a return pipe.
Yep.
And that's the very first thing I ever used. And so because I was running it was 29 gallon cube on a canister, I was able to fasten this thing onto the end of the output from the canister. So it was sitting there and it just constantly went around 360 degrees. And that was my very first introduction to any kind of flow, because that was in the days when it cost you $300-400 for a wave machine. That was before Jabo came out with their very first WP pumps, and before the Vortex. You know what I mean? That was way back.
I had one of those
I
ice cap
still have
wave
two.
makers with 4 plugs, and I would put power head 301s and 401s on it, which were absolutely horrible for a wave maker because they're AC pumps. The wave maker was on and off, and every time it shut off something and started it, you'd hear the chatter of the impeller go up. And I remember I was like, this wave maker can't be on at night because I got to sleep in this room.
Yep, for sure. Oh, hey, Johnny Martinez. Hi, ReefGrrl, Alex G, all my best friends here on the stream. MB Reef tank looks awesome. It really does. Loving the colors. Annie Jefferson said, Max Spec Gyres 350 double hooked up today. Coral's mighty ticked. Yeah. And Alan, ATF, anyone add any new corals this week? New fish? I'm guessing that's for the chat. Let's just see here. Yeah, they're chatting back. Hey, Jessica J. Yeah,
I was behaved at the fish store today. I just bought food and those evil things called filter socks because I need them to do what they do. I got to install them tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, Jessica J, how about a fluorescent stain to visualize flow? Is that what's used to see how water flows through sponges? Well, I think of that stuff from Red Sea, that AB plus, that everybody likes to put their little videos in on Insta of the instant fluorescent green orange going all through the tank. And I was thinking of if there was something that was harmless that you could use for that. I don't know.
I like that idea. The only challenge I think to it would be is how do you, for doing it in a small area that would work, but anything that's a dye or a coloring agent, once it starts to just saturate the water, you'll kind of lose that essence of it. So like how they did it with the sponge, very targeted. And that's the one thing I think would be the challenge is how do you do that on a large scale easily?
That Red Sea AB, that Red Sea amino acids, like it is like fluorescent yellow, and it takes a while to go away. All you do is just double or triple, like it's not going to kill anything if you just use more. But
you could put it in at the beginning when there's nothing else in the tank, and just use it as a stain and see what happens with it. Because the other thing is, Johnny Martinez, Alex, he says he's sure you could DIY something with little windmills. But think about it. If you've got, depending on the size of tank and how you set it up, you can't watch them all at once. You would have to do a video and then look later and see if you can identify some sort of pattern in how they move. Because it's, I guess you could use them to find out whether there was flow in an area, but whether you could use them to find out how much is something else altogether, right?
Yeah, I
So
think
now
you need it with the aquascape, Alex, because you can't do it in the empty tank. Like I've learned that like flow with an aquascape is like a completely different animal because it pushes it to the left, to the right. So I think this is something that you have to do with the aquascape.
So this would be kind of now. Cindy, you're
Always.
giving me a crazy idea, way out there that I don't want to get into it. But if you could make a sensor that had a little propeller on it, at like the size of a par meter on a stick,
Mm-hmm.
and you sat there and you had it tell you the rate that it's spinning,
Mm-hmm.
and then you also make it kind of like a weather vane with a little tail on it, to where you could have it point in different directions, and it could tell you the rate at which it turned and how long it stayed there and how many random times. You could probably make a mathematical formula for
Yep.
flow that tells you its rate and randomness.
Mm-hmm.
That would be
Yeah, that makes sense.
way beyond my desire to do something, but anyone listening out there wants a good idea.
Yeah, you
Instead
can't
of
tell
par
me.
meters, it'd be the flow meter.
Yeah, you can't tell me NASA doesn't already have something like that.
It sounds like in a flow meter, it's a propeller spinning. So it doesn't sound like it sounds like a flow meter, but you'd have to leave it in a period of time, take data and see how it for 10 minutes, and then you move it somewhere else. I mean, it's way beyond my knowledge, but it doesn't sound that hard because in these flow meters are just.
I wonder if you could take like a portable weather station that does that same thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Use the software and the software package of it, but make a waterproof sensor package.
Mm-hmm.
That way you could still use the software, but instead of being wind speed, it'd be like flow.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What is that, an anemometer?
I can't remember.
Way over my head.
All right, O's gonna program this.
No. This is way over my head. This is
well, because the thing is, we're talking in 4 dimensions. We're essentially talking in 4 dimensions. That when it comes to this, so not only do you have direction, you also have time and force. So there's so many things, and then the other part of it is, what do you do with the data? How do you apply the data, and how do you set your device so that it maintains that particular flow pattern that you choose from the data? Because remember, if you did that when your power head or whatever device is perfectly clean, the results are going to be different than what you would get from the one I took out of my stock tank yesterday and cleaned because it wasn't even moving. So there's so many factors like that.
I think though, so I kind of envisioned something like a little weather vane air reader, but not just being able to rotate, but also being on a gimbal that it could go up and down, so it's on all 3 XYZ axis.
Mm-hmm.
But from that data though, because think of it like a par meter where you're not going to keep it in there all the time. You'd put it in a place to measure.
Mm-hmm.
But from that, if you understand the range of flow and the randomness of the direction and how it's going in, and you look at that compared to a successful, colony, maybe measuring the flow above it, the flow on the sides of it, the flow underneath it, you could kind of develop something that would it would be an exact thing. It would be like a range to say, here's the flow, the range of flow we're seeing in max and min, and the cadence of that flow, and the randomness in the direction that it comes from. you could start to probably associate that to some chemistry things. You know, how much oxygen are you moving over
Yeah.
the coral, and starting to understand, you know, if you got really into it, the surface area of a colony, to understand how much water you're actually flowing through it.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I've
very deep stuff. I'll say that.
either that or somebody comes up with a micro power head. And what you do is you have these things all over the place. And
It's
if they
called a
could
Nero
be,
3, I think.
yeah, yeah. But you know what the problem is with those? You can't really aim them very well.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm talking, okay, Jabo, for all that everybody says about them, I still have a WP10. And the way that thing worked is that and I actually think a couple of the Tunsies do this as well. It had its bracket, and the round bulb on the back of the pump slid into the bracket, and you could turn that thing any direction. There were no pins on the side restricting it. You could rotate it wherever you want. I love that thing. I wish they still made it. So if there were a way to get micro pumps like that, and then a way to make it wireless, that would be really awesome.
Yeah. Vortec has the patent on that, so no one else is going to do it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
They do it a certain way, though.
It's an interesting concept. One giant propeller pump or one giant gyre versus a bunch of smaller ones, and
Yeah.
how could you randomize the flow and which would be more suitable for corals?
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think that because we keep such a variety, that's the reason we need it. Because in the ocean, yeah, there is variety, but not the variety in the average reef tank over broad areas. So that's why we need these targeted areas of flow as opposed to a gyre that just does the wave replication. That works for some things, but for other things, like my big solitary polyps, I'm worried about those. I have to find somewhere where they're not going to get blasted, and we'll see. But you know, it's because of the variety of stuff we keep from all over the world. There's nothing like this on a reef. So
I agree with you 100% because I think a lot of I from what I've seen, like if you have a 100% SPS tank and you design the rock work and everything and you crank up the flow, like let's say you decide no sand and I'm gonna put, let's say on a 4-foot tank you put, or a 6-foot tank you put 4 MP40s, you crank up the tank, you drop SPS everywhere, your life, and you crank up the lights and you just design the tank around that, I think you'll find that as long as you're not beating the skin off of corals, I think you will find that your life will be a lot easy. I think once you start to add like LPS and then you put something somewhere and you're like, oh man, I'm gonna tear the skin off of this, or this one really doesn't like it. Because I go through that too. Like I have a torch section, which my wife likes, and when I crank up the flow, the SPS is happy. But then I literally came in one day and saw polyps being blown around, like So you design a tank around SPS, and you know, like I look at Greg's tank, like that's an SPS dominant tank. He has SPS everywhere, no sand. He has flow. He keeps adding more power heads for more flow, and like everything is designed around just highlight, high flow, and I think it just life is good. And it's going to be good for a while. Even as the coral gets bigger, he'll just turn everything up because they just need more flow. But I think if you start to add, let's say you want to add some scolies to the sand bed, they're not going to like, you know, like, so I just, versus, you know, you have a low energy tank with a sand bed, you put low energy corals in it, you know, and you design the light and the flow around that. I think, you know.
I'll read through some of the comments. There's a couple things going on here. ATF says MB Reef tank is awesome. They're talking about putting dye in. Nano Joe just set up a Seachy Extreme SDC today. Love the flow he's getting so far. Oh, and Johnny Martinez says thanks for reporting from in Orlando. And I was going to send you a note to say thank you so much for dropping into the stream from RAP, because that was really cool. And people really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun to see that.
I thought I was having too much fun. I thought I was having too much fun.
Yeah, it was great.
That dye, do not use dye or food coloring.
Nope.
Alex is laughing because I think he heard this story before where I saw that video Jake Adams did, and with the food coloring, because I was using Triton, and there were times when I poured the wrong thing in the wrong thing. So I said, hey, let me put some food coloring. I thought I put a few drops, but as it turns out, my son and my wife said, no, like you put a few capfuls. So, I did know. So there's primary colors, and like blue and yellow make green or something. Like I noticed a green tint, and I realized like, oh, when you're dosing like Triton 1 blue and Triton 2 yellow, I was getting green. So
yeah. You're really lucky that Greg wasn't around to see your tank then, because he doesn't like green tint.
So I think what, funny, I'm taking those off, but my Versa dosing heads are permanently stained to those colors.
That's
until
right.
I change them. Yeah.
Though you're doing all for Reef, right? Which is just a one shot deal, so you shouldn't even need color.
No, well, at the time I was doing, I rotate, man. At the time I was doing,
I know. I'm still waiting to hear when you're installing those skylights.
The what?
I heard. I want to wait to see when you're going to install those skylights.
Yeah, not happening. Well, hey, never say never. Never say never. But if you see me with the skylights, without even asking, you don't have to ask me, Alex. You know that I got a smoking deal on them,
exactly, or a tank teardown,
or like it's no secret. Like I'm a part of the BRS pack thing, and there's some perks that came with it. But at the very least, you guys are gonna know that I did not spend my money on that. So let's just. But I don't have anything Neptune anymore, so I don't see. I don't see myself doing it now. The thing that I'm visualizing in my head is I'm in the middle of replacing my NEM tank.
I kind of saw that. It looked like you were having a little separation of pieces there.
Demolition.
So here's what happened. So I have a 10-gallon NEM tank. And at the time, Innovative Marine sold their 10-gallon tanks. They sold them as Nouveau Blacks without the filtration. Nowadays, they do not sell tanks without the back filtration anymore. You sort of have to buy the package, the Pro package. And they sell EXT tanks. Now, the EXT tank, it's going to go right beside my Red Sea tank in my living room, like beside my TV. But the EXT, the external overflow, is an extra inch. So it's going to stick out and it's going to look weird in my living room. So I had to buy the regular one and put my own little overflow on the back. But it comes with the filtration. And then I had to rip out the filtration. Now, here's the funny story about the filtration. So when I first got it, I got cheese cutter, and I was like, I'm gonna rip through the silicone with cheese cutter. That broke. Then I got guitar string, and I was cutting, and then Greg said to me, like, why don't you use an X-Acto knife? And I was like, I thought he was playing a joke on me, because that sounds like a weird, like,
that sounds like a trip to the hospital to me.
If it fits, then It could
No.
be a trip to the hospital if you're not careful.
It sounds to me, it just didn't sound like something was real. It sounded like something like a Bond villain, or like the Bond, the tech guy would make for James Bond, like, hey, an X-Acto knife. Like, that sounds so weird. But
But I've used a scalpel as a screwdriver to calibrate my pH meter. So, like
I've used the single edge razor to try to separate a glass tank before, and then
it
doesn't
worked
always
though.
work out the way you want it to.
So it
Mhm.
worked though. I ended up buying 3 of them, and I went through a lot of blades, but it cut the silicone. But the silicone, like the innovative marine back filtration, didn't come out even when you cut it. So I covered it with a towel and then took a pliers and started to like rip the thing out, like rip the baffles out. So it took a long. I thought like they just put some glass pieces down, but as it turns out, there's a false bottom. They actually like the back filtration is not touching the bottom of the tank, so there's also a piece of glass.
Yep.
So that's and
It's
then
an inverted T.
yes,
Yeah, that's right.
and then the back portion it's a piece of acrylic glued to a piece of glass and then silicone to the side, which actually helped me. Actually, if you think about it, when I started ripping things out with like a pliers, because it was glued to a piece of acrylic, it stopped it from shattering. When the glass was shattering, it stopped it from going everywhere because it was glued to it. So that was not cool. It did not like messy, but at the end of the day, I was able to, with some brute strength, rip it out and go in with razor blade. And now I have a innovative marine 25-gallon with no baffles.
Is it going to be a Franken tank?
I'm glad you didn't
I have a
break
lot
the
of
whole
cut.
thing.
Oh, every finger has a cut. There are a million cuts everywhere.
Oh my God.
There were splinters everywhere. I ended up vacuuming a couple of times, but at the end of the day, I drilled it this morning. I wasn't as confident, so I was not going to drill it live.
On Insta, I asked to do it live, like, because that would be fun.
When he said innovative 25, and I'm just thinking, I'm like, I got one of those sitting empty right now. This might be a good way to get O to come to Chicago and be like, well, you could come and pick it up, but you'll have to come out here. I might use that tank though now. Now that you didn't break that one.
So what I'm thinking as I'm looking at it, I had an idea, and I was like, I saw Jake Adams's thing that he did with a Kessel. I had it high up. And when I was at Rap New York, I don't know if I did this on the live stream, but did you see where they had it 3 or 4 feet? So
that was the 500X, right?
Yes.
Those are very intriguing lights.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to. So I think it's not even the 500X. It's the really narrow reflector. So I don't know how it's going to look beside my TV, but I definitely want to try it. And so I can put the light 4 feet above the tank, and then I really want to try it. Like I really want to try it. I bought a power meter this week, like a MQ510. So that's something. Since it's going to be a NEM tank, I don't want to have like a focused beam of light to kill my NEM. So I did get a power meter, which hasn't arrived yet. But I think that's what I want to do, because it's going to be right next to my TV. So I don't want like a light hanging there, and I've already made too many cuts in the ceiling. Like, I'm in my kids' room. You can see that there are 3 that you can see, but there are other ones that I've covered up. So I'm not very good at DIYing. So I just think a Kessel, and it's out of the way. And with the right photo period, so when you sit down in the evening to watch TV, the photo period is already finished and gone. I just think it'll look cool. So I'm going to try that.
Cool. Yeah, we've got I've got a bunch of more comments about all of this. Oh, and Algae Warrior said the phone died. Thank you for having me on, and thank you for all the kind words, everyone. Thank you for spending the time here. It was really cool to see what you have. And they're talking about using Rally's same fluorescent green look. Oh, hey, Chimp the Reefer. Nice to see you. And Alex, great idea for, I hear, product development. ATF in the house. Johnny Martinez, I knew you were the man who can design it.
Yeah,
Oh, and
but
here,
I don't like to mix hobbies and business together, so I
Yeah.
wouldn't design it.
Chimp the Reefer says they have flow meters for rivers and stuff, but they're expensive. And somebody else said in here, I saw it, about the tool that they use to measure and log current in the ocean.
I see.
So, we'll have to look into this. What else we got?
I see someone making fun of my cheese cutter. Yeah, I really thought that was gonna work, because I thought, like, it's silicone and you have a cheese cutter and you just grate it back and forth and it would slide through the silicone like butter. I did
Yeah.
not think that I have gigantic hands, and how are you gonna get your gigantic hands in that little filtration in the back?
And you need two to do it.
Well,
Yes.
One isn't enough, right?
Well,
Oh, and Jessica. Jessica J said it's actually pretty simple. The best gauge for flow is your eyes in assessing how the coral looks and responds to it. It's true. And really, it's the cheapest, and I think it's what we have right now. And then you have to know how to interpret what you're seeing. Yeah.
True.
And I'll say this about separating glass and silicone. When I was doing that for my old plywood tank glass, each one of those panes of glass to separate it from the RTV, I snapped stainless steel wire. I probably snapped about 20 to 30 pieces of stainless steel wire for every one of those panes of glass to cut it, because it was so much. Just one, thread it through, then I had to wrap it around locking pliers on each side, pull as hard as I could to start making enough friction and heat to cut the RTV. The wire just, it just wears out. I mean, I cut it with a utility knife as much as I could, because I had a really thick seal. And that becomes the challenge of using something like an X-Acto knife with glasses. If it's not wide enough to accommodate that blade, and you start hitting the glass, it'll start chipping the glass.
So I did. So I was not going to say that because I was embarrassed, but I did scratch. But it's the back, so I did scratch the glass. Actually, Alex, and I'm not going to call Innovative Marine sloppy, but the side, there was the stuff that they glued to the back pane. They used very little silicone, so there was not enough room. Like, you could get the guitar string back there, but you couldn't get the X-Acto knife back there. But the part that, and thank God they did it, but the part that they glued to the divider, they were sloppier with it, and they used gobs of silicone, so it was easy to get the the there. So at the end, when I took everything off, it was easy to kind of snap that off. All I did was bend it back and forth, and the silicone eventually, yep. That is it. So the part that is, that right there, they used a lot, but the back portion that glues to those little baffles, they use very little silicone. So that middle one there, that one, there's very little silicone. So it was hard. It was hard to get the knife or anything back there.
Wow. Hey, MB, Calypso's Reef is asking, what coral is that? I think it's that multicolored one right in the middle.
Yeah, this one is Pico de Gallo Fabia.
Oh, that's crazy, man. That's beautiful. Hey, Sea Sands. Welcome. Sea Sands Aquatic. I don't think we've seen you here before.
Yeah. So I'm going to do all this tomorrow, because I am leaving to go on vacation in August 2nd, and I want to get this up and see if there's any leaks before I leave.
Yeah.
I ordered like the Marine Depot closeout sale. I did order a bunch of stuff from them. The first delivery I got fine, but the last one has been like, I think it's down to the end. So everything is just screwed up because I got a tracking number that showed that it was delivered. So I ordered sand from them, and it's just taken a long time to come. So I went to the LFS today, got sand. Yeah, today was an adventure. My chiller failed today, and my tank got up to like 87 degrees.
Oh dear. Have you seen Calypso's video about his DIY chiller?
I did, and actually, I wanted to try it on. I'm in my kids' room now. I wanted to try it on this, but again, because I actually, it's funny. I did buy the mini fridge. I did order the mini fridge from Target, or found it in Target or Walmart. But the fan I'm using a little. That's a little. Yeah, that's a little. So that is actually the fan that you're supposed to clip onto the back of a car.
Yeah.
And so what I did is I just mounted it to the wall because you can pivot it left and right. So this is working.
Cool. Yeah.
This is working.
Well, I think I've said before, Dave, Too Many Fish in California, his whole outdoor system, he's got evaporative cooling with fans. And even when they get to 110-degree days, I don't remember the temperature of the water, but it still stays well within range of where it's safe for the coral, because his whole frag system is outside.
Yeah. Too Many Fish. He's Dave Botwin, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's his name. And there's my hydros and all the holes in the wall for every time I change equipment, I make a hole. Wife is not happy about that, but
so when you move, are you going to go through and fix all of those, or how does that work for being in an apartment?
Yeah.
They're not that hard to fix, but it's time consuming, and then you got to repair the paint job and everything else.
No. I will not. No, they'll repaint. So what I'm just gonna do is take the I don't know what it's called, but take the compound, fill the holes. I'm basically gonna use like a needle nose pliers, pull the what do you call it when you pull the anchors out or push them in? Yep. Push them in. Use compound and then sand the compound out and then leave it because they're going to repaint for the next person.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. What you see behind me on the wall, those are just stickers, so I'll peel those off. Yeah, I got like a ton of holes to fix here, and then I got holes to fix in my living room.
Yeah. Hey, Johnny Martinez. Johnny says, what you can do to help that problem? See if you can find a plastic hose bib. Then you can attach a hose to it to bleed out the air. You're talking about the radiant heating system thing that I was talking about at the beginning of the video. Yeah, we have the correct plumbing hose, and we have the correct taps and plumbing fixtures. So all we need to do is the water. We hook up the hose to the bottom tap, and we open the top tap, and then we just turn on the hose, and it pushes the water through the whole system. And once the air stops coming out, then we shut off the bottom hose and the top tap, like the bottom tap and the top tap, and just get rid of the water. And the water that came out of that thing was quite dirty. I'm sure it grows algae in there. But anyway, I think I understand what you mean, and I think we've got it covered with the correct kind of hose to fit the fixtures that the plumber put in, because he left it for us. It's like a washing machine hose or something. Oh, hey, Phil, Reef Keeper. Hi, everyone. Been listening. Dishwasher broke down, so just finished ripping it apart. Luckily, it's only a $20 part. Oh, that's good. Now to relax and listen reefing. Yeah. And Marcus Aerolis says, yep, I can relate. Have tons of holes in the wall.
Oh, yes. Tons of holes.
And Phil says, maybe you can go over and do his dishes for him.
I thought once I heard the dishes thing, I was like, no one's gonna remember that. And yep, they did.
Yep, we always do. Cool. So let's see what we got going on here. So MB, people have been commenting on how beautiful your tank's looking. Can you give us maybe a little tour of the new tank?
Oh, okay. Let me go over there now.
Yeah. So that's a 40. And what lights have you got on here?
What is what? Sorry.
What lights have you got?
Basically, I have the primes on the bottom. I using this is from China. This is China lights. That's
Yep, yep.
the G5 they came out like not too long ago.
Mm-hmm.
And they work great. So I bought one for my my mother-in-law, and then when I see it, you know what, I'm gonna buy 2 more. So I have those for a long time in my closet. So when I bought this time, so I say, you know what, I'm not gonna use the eye primes. I'm gonna use this because I like it. I like how they work.
Yep.
So basically, cheap lights. I don't go all the way to the sky looking for lights because I can do it with something like that. Why I spend too much money in lights?
Oh yeah.
And then I prefer to spend the money in course and stuff for the time. That, you know, it's my opinion.
Oh yeah, no, I totally agree. Hey, listen, all we have to do is open our eyes and look, and we know you know what you're doing.
That's a good way to go, Ramby Reef. I mean, I don't even know what I'm gonna do on my big display, and I'm looking at everything on lighting, and I think there's a lot of great affordable options out there too.
Yes.
I'm kind of even thinking, well, I'll have enough space. I might try multiple different types out. Be like, well, let's see what works.
Yep. Yep.
And
So,
I see you've got a powder blue in there, and you've also got a pyramid butterfly.
yes, this is the chocolate.
Oh, the brown.
Yeah, the
Nice.
brown one.
Nice.
So yeah, I'm the phosphase. I have a zip line Vance here. I have this guy. I would like to take it out because he's a beast. He bothered the other fishes.
Oh yeah.
Even my cow dinner, he always in this corner because he don't let him do anything in the tank.
That's a kind of damsel, isn't it?
Yes, that's a zebra dancer.
Yeah.
I don't know why I put it. I put it that fish because I have experience with dancer before. I don't like it at all. The only one that I can keep it is the chromie because they not bad like this kind of like the domino dancer and the zebra dancer.
Mm-hmm.
They horrible. They really bad.
Yeah.
They mean. So basically, I using these lights. I have this flooper skimmer right here. So I set up the feeder for my vacations.
Mm-hmm.
So the doser, I'm doing calcium, alkalinity, and magnesium. So and sometimes I use the 4 parts for the resi.
Mm-hmm.
The media, carbon, just regular carbon. That's it. I don't have much here. The Jibao power head.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you see it.
Yeah. So you've set this. Are you trying to do something different with this tank, or did you just feel like you needed an overflow tank to put more coral in?
Basically, this is my wife tank because she was saying before that she don't want to know anything about fishes, but she ended buying her tank.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, so basically everything you see here, she picking up whatever she want inside the tank, and then I deal with it.
Well, you know what? That's kind of a win-win because you get to do what you like to do, and she gets to look at what she likes to look at, right?
Yeah. So basically, I put 3 new toys here today. Is this one right here? That's a no, that's
It does look like
this
a.
one. Yeah.
It looks like a favia of some kind.
Yes. And this one is a Fabia 2. Is orange green.
Yeah, very nice.
And this guy right here.
Ooh, is that the tangerine juice leptocerus?
Yes.
Very nice. I have one of those too.
Yeah.
I hope it survives. It's looking pretty good, but I won't really know until I pull that big rock out.
I got a tiny amount of that left on one of my rocks that survived my my move. That's some beautiful stuff.
Yeah. So this is the hammer garden here in this side.
Well, it looks beautiful.
Yeah. I
What's
need
that?
I'm trying to get the hammer tree Hector had in his tank.
Oh yeah.
What's
Yeah.
the purple one on the bottom?
This one right here.
Yeah, what is that?
This is Goni, the mini one.
Okay,
Yes.
nice.
And then
That's
this is the purple blasto right here in the back.
yeah.
Is that a couple pieces of Pucani rock?
This one, the
Yeah,
rock.
the big rocks you got sticking to those Pucani.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah,
I love how you have it standing there.
I love the look of that. Those little caves that it has. It's cool.
Yeah. So basically, this rock they standing like that because I glue it. I glue it in a piece of. I make it flat. The bottom I make it flat with the grinder, and then I glue it in the piece of tiles. So I put the rocks first with the tiles, and then the sand. So those rocks they don't go nowhere. They stuck together.
Oh.
What did you use to attach it?
I use the super glue, the glue for the corals.
Okay.
Yeah, this one right here, the Reef glue.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's that's an idea for the reefer to do stuff like that. They don't want to the rough felt and stuff like that. They can glue it in the piece of tile.
Yeah. So this has been going for, you said, what, about a month now?
A month, yeah.
Looks good. And you don't have sand in there?
Yes, it's black sand.
Oh, okay.
The Hawaiian one.
I just saw a mandarin.
That one is this is the Dragonite.
Right. Cool.
So yeah.
So you got pods in here already. So I guess you would have used rocks that were already live, like from another tank.
I put a pop from my other tank.
Right.
Yes.
Nice.
So basically, the only rock that I put here that was live is this one right here with the SOA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And what do you use for cleanup crew?
Cleaner crew, I have this guy that go inside the sand. I forgot the name.
Oh, the Necerius?
Yeah, the Necerius and I have some hammer crab. I have these snails right here.
Oh yeah.
What else? These snails right there too. I have the cleaner shrimp. What else? The quarter bender shrimp. That's it. I don't have no.
I really like coral banded shrimp. I think I'm going to get one or two.
The
They're
one
just,
I have is the gold one.
oh yeah, I've seen
Yeah.
those.
Yeah, it's
They're-
kind of yellow.
Yeah, they're not very, they're kind of hard to get up
Yeah.
here.
I had a pair once, and it was always just cool because they always hung out kind of upside down. Those long antennas, just it would be cool to kind of see they're like kind of creeping out from under something.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I remember my sister when I had one of my one of the first takes I had that actually did well. I had cleaner shrimp in there, and my sister freaked out when she saw it. They were just, she found them really creepy, but I absolutely love them.
The question is, though, Cindy, did you ever stick her hand in there and have them hop on?
It was all she could do to sit. Well, it was right beside the dining room table. It was all she could do to sit there and avert her eyes because she found them so creepy to look at.
So somebody asking for what kind of light is this? So I have the box right here.
Ah, okay. G5 Aquastar. Oh, cool. And how long ago did you buy it? Is it something that's currently available?
Yes, yes, they are available. I have it for like 2 months already.
Okay.
So yeah, and they really cheap. They cost like 140 something like that.
My goodness.
So you
Wow.
can set it up together with one. You can control both,
Mm-hmm.
and they have the remote. They came with the remote and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can set it up whatever you want to do. Like you want to, okay.
So it doesn't have an app on your phone. It uses the remote
Yeah,
on the little
you can use,
screen.
yeah, you can use the remote or you can use the panel right here.
Right. Yeah.
So you want to like do like let's see, timer, the moonlight. So they go
Oh yeah.
like, oh, you know, you can set up the red, the blue, the white,
Mm-hmm.
everything separately. They have 8 channels for the lights.
Neat. And you know what? They're doing the job, aren't they?
Yeah, I like those lights. I like it.
Very nice. And does your pyramid butterfly pick at any coral?
Nope.
Ooh, because that's on my list.
Yeah,
I love them. I'd love to have a group of 3.
yeah, they hard to find too.
Yeah. Yeah,
get-
they're seasonal, I think.
Yeah, I get lucky with that one because somebody, I think they came out from the hobby.
Oh.
So yeah, so he have it for like 2 years already. So it's very healthy.
Mm-hmm. It's a nice looking fish.
Yeah.
I don't know. I got to read more on them. I just every time I think of butterflies, I put them in that same group as angels. As
Yep.
50-50 shot on whether or not they bother anything.
Yeah, I need to get a sort of a sacrificial trachophilia to put in the observation tank.
That's
So
an
that I can.
expensive sacrifice.
Well, these days it never used to be, but holy smokes, these days they sure are.
I was just reading on the forums, people were kind of talking about trachophilias, and they were saying how they used to have really good track records with ones that came out of Indonesia, but it seems the Australian ones, some people are like, yeah, they don't seem to have the longevity. I don't know if it's just a few individuals having the thing, or if it's more of an issue there.
Yeah,
I even know a couple people that they stopped bringing them in because they're like, they just don't hold up long term.
yeah, I sometimes wonder about the collection practices too, whether that makes a difference.
What is that soft coral on the left?
The red one.
This one.
that a coral? That looks like a Cordelia almost.
You name it. I just bought it because I like it.
So is it red because of the lights, or is that the color the polyps are?
That's the color. That's
Oh
the
my
color.
God.
It looked like a Kenya tree.
It looks like a coral to me.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, a Cordelia species. I love those. I just picked up a little different variant of it, but that's a really nice one.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. So MB, where do you get your corals? Do you have a store, or do you look for people taking the tanks apart, or how do you do that?
So basically, we have a couple stores here in Rochester. We have Caribbean Forest. We have Reef, we have Pet World.
Mhm.
But basically, the corals, I I search in different store, or I like to buy a lot of stuff from Harris in California.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, so basically, I had a couple stuff that I bought from them. Even the fishes, the Naso tank from Harris, the six lines, he's from Harris, the Bender coral. Yeah. So yeah, I like to shop around, and then if I see somebody that is selling something, so I check it out and then buy it, because sometimes we got good deals.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about online. I was thinking you must have some really good stores near you.
Yeah. So basically, the tank, it was a good deal too, because somebody that he was gonna fix the floor in the house, and then he had another big tank, and then he was selling the corals um, for $50 a colony.
Wow.
So basically, in corals, he have like $500 in corals. So I asked him, "You're gonna sell the fish tank because you're not gonna use it. You're gonna set up a big one." So he told me, "Oh, I pay 600. Give me 400 for the fish tank." So the fish tank came with the eye primes. He gave me a sump. Only the sum is almost $400, so
Wow, yeah.
it was a good deal for $900. The corals, fishes, and everything. So he only have he having uh, the first phase, the fat phase, and then the down cell.
Hmm.
So yeah, everything came out for 900. So it was a good deal.
Wow. Yeah, that looks like a nice size fox face you got there too.
Yes, yes.
Cool.
So, MB Reef, I got a question for you. I kind of think I know the answer, but I'll ask anyways.
Mhm.
Have you ever gone and watched the tank in the pitch black darkness to see if you have any bioluminescent organisms there?
Say the question again.
Have you ever waited until the lights turn off at night and it's pitch black dark, and you sit and stare at the tank to see if you see any lights flashing back at you?
I think we all do that. I think so. I think so. Yeah, when the light is off, I like to look the time. Sometimes I use the flashlight for my phone to see if I see something different. Yeah, I think we all do that.
So have you seen bioluminescent organisms where you see lights
Not
flashing at night?
not really.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you never see anything like that?
I could see it every single night that I look at my tanks.
Yeah.
I have a whole colony of bioluminescent organisms that they get disturbed and they flash bright green.
That's nice. That's really nice.
It's a patient thing. You got to sit in the total darkness for about
Yeah.
20, 30 minutes, let your eyes adjust, and then, you know,
Mhm.
tapping on the side of the tank a little bit or just sitting there and watching, you might see some random flashes of light from microfauna if you got it.
Yeah. So
I wonder if mine has any of that. It's never occurred to me to go down there because it is black down there.
It would be
Other
a great
than,
spot for you, Cindy. You know, those tubs would be perfect because
yeah.
if you sat there and stare at them for a while, let your vision adjust to the darkness, you know, you'd have to get out the electrical tape and tape off any old indicator LEDs that are out there. But
What, you mean the 900 power bars I got going on down there with each plug on them has its own switch? Yeah.
that's what electrical tape is for, is to black all that stuff out. And then you sit there for 20 minutes in the dark where you can't see your hand in front of your face.
Yep.
Maybe with your husband where he's probably going, "Are somebody told you to do this?" And
Oh no, he
then you
knows how crazy we are, Alex.
then you tap on the side of your big tubs there, the 100-gallon tubs, and see if you start seeing any lights flashing back at you. You never know, you might have some.
Yeah, because you know what? You're right. I wouldn't even need a poking stick. All I'd have to do
Nope.
is take the side of my hand and just tap on the tub.
Yep. Or
yep.
stomp the floor. That works.
Yeah.
And the reason I bring this up, someone just read my article on Reef to Reef, and they started kind of going back and forth with me, and they're like, they had a fish crash, and they were upset, and they were staring at their tank in the darkness, upset about it, and they're like, yeah, suddenly I noticed all my rocks are glowing, and there's things crawling all over them that are glowing. And they found my article, and now I'm trying to arrange to see if I can get a sample.
Wow.
Wow.
Yep, that's cool.
Yeah, in Puerto Rico, they have a beach like that, you know.
Yeah, that's right. The bioluminescent bay.
Yeah.
There's the bioluminescent bay that I think a lot of the activity there is dinoflagellates, but they also have bioluminescent ostracods there, from my understanding, too.
So the ostracods, those are like pods, right?
Yeah, they call them seed shrimp, too. Think of the best way to think of it is almost like a little like a clam, but instead of having a tongue sticking out, they got little legs and eyes
Okay.
on the side of them.
Okay.
I got at least a few species in my system, but none of them have. I haven't confirmed any are bioluminescent.
Right.
But the free swimming ones, they do very intricate mating displays where the males emit little dots of bioluminescent light in a pattern in the water to try and attract females.
Oh, cool. So MB, you got a hammer that's looking for trouble.
Oh yeah.
I noticed the sweepers that are it's looking for something to hit.
Yep.
Yeah, that bioluminescence, it just fascinates me. I mean, I don't know. The ocean itself and what lives in it is pretty amazing.
I haven't made it public yet. I'll probably do it in the next day or two, but I finally got a camera lens and for my new camera where I can actually video it in real time now.
Oh, nice.
So I gotta post that. I still gotta work on my lighting and stuff, but it's pretty visible and it's no longer a time lapse of long exposures. I could do real time
Wow.
4K video of it now.
Yep. It'll be, I was just thinking, for me, it would probably be like the eye test where I got to look into that thing and press the button when I see a flash of light.
It's I'll say this: when you sit in total darkness or near total darkness for a while, your eyes will start to play some tricks on you. And
Oh yeah.
I've had a couple things in my 700 that they weren't just flashes that have like constantly glowed. What I've learned with those though is some of them they're so dim, you know it's there and you could see it, but the camera on the video, even with a really wide aperture lens, still can't see it in video, but a long exposure photograph will capture it.
Mm-hmm.
Where the bright stuff I can capture on video.
Cool. Is that a little toadstool, MB? The green?
Yes,
Look,
I
it's so tiny.
I get lucky with that one. I bought the saw and then this thing came out from nowhere.
Oh, nice. So somebody obviously thought they cut it off and
Yeah.
left a little bit of tissue, because my weepy RG weepy toadstool, I have a whole bunch of those things coming up on the rock where the main one laid down and walked across. And so
Okay.
I peeled it off of there, and now there's 3 or 4 of them popping up. It's interesting.
Yeah, that's really nice.
MB, you said you're in Rochester, right?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, brutally cold in the winter. You have good fish stores up there?
Yes.
Okay.
We have on Caribbean Forest. We have Rich Shoppy. They nice. So I went in vacation. I forgot to tell you that I went in vacation to Florida. So I went to Worldwide Coral.
Ooh,
Oh.
That
ooh,
store is insane. And
I bet.
yeah, and then I went to Living Reef. That
ooh,
that store is really nice too.
yeah. I'm
Yeah.
going
So
in a couple of weeks. My hotel is a few minutes away from Worldwide Corals. Um, so Orlando, because the competition, and then when I went to Southern California, you have good fish stores everywhere, but Southern California and Orlando, I think, have the best collection of fish stores. Like Southern California, because that's where everything comes in, and you kind
yes.
of need to be decent in order to attract business because people have so many options. And in
Hmm.
Orlando, like imagine if you have Worldwide Corals and Top Shelf Aquatics in your town, you
Yes.
need to be, decent. You
Yeah.
need to be at least decent. You can't be like average and
Yes.
survive. You won't.
Yeah. So basically, I went to the store. I was scared because I know myself, and then the prices they was not cheap, but they have unique stuff like crazy.
Yeah.
The next time, I don't know, the next time you go to, and the next time you go to, you know what, they give you, like the next time you see these guys at a show, like go up to them and say hi, and let them know you're going. You see them at the shows, like those guys will take care of you. They'll give you a tour. And it's not like I know anyone special and I'm like, hey, like it's, oh no, I've seen them like, hey, like this lady's like, hey, I'll be in Florida in a couple weeks, and they're like, I'll give you a tour, just ask for me when you come there. They're really nice people at Worldwide Corals.
Yes, I talked to them, and then I because I followed the SWAT boys,
Yeah,
and they was there when it was the Reef in Orlando.
yeah,
So they went with Pepe Necker too. I follow all of those guys. So yeah, they was they give me a discount and everything, but
yeah.
um and then I say, you know what, I'm gonna be 2 weeks here. I don't know how is my tank over there. I don't want to spend money, and then when I get home my tank is all messed up, thinking like that, like so I don't buy anything like.
What?
Yeah,
So,
I don't
man,
buy anything, bro. I went to the
you,
stores and I came out with my hands empty. Like
Oh no.
I
No.
say, I can't believe that. I can't
So
believe that.
here's what I did, MB. Like they will hold the stuff for you and ship it for you, and they'll hold it for 2 weeks. So
Yeah.
I'm not saying like buy it when you're going to be in Orlando for 2 weeks, but towards the end of your trip. So here's what I did. I bought it stuff there, and then I told them to ship it within a week of me being home. But
Hmm.
when I got home, I realized like, oh, if you win any of their auctions and other stuff, you can have it shipped together. So I called them and held them hold on to it for another week while I won some live sale, won some eBay auction, and then I got everything shipped together.
Yeah.
So
You spent.
yeah, you can actually tell them in the store to hold it and ship it home. There is
Yes.
like like in the store they do have like a like a sales section, like I don't forgot what they called it, but that they will not ship because it's like I'm not saying it's not stuff that looks good. It's just stuff that they were like they'll have Favius for $5. Like they're
Yeah.
like, we're not gonna ship that because we don't want to warranty $5. But
Yeah.
everything else, like you could have bought it and had them ship it to you within 2 weeks.
Yes. They told me if you spend 300 or more, the shipping is free.
Yep.
So I was scratching my head like.
Yeah, I know. Yep,
And you call yourself a reefer.
I know. Those guys know what they're doing. They know what
Yeah,
they're
yeah, I
doing.
know.
But they are they're awesome people, man.
Hmm.
They
Yeah,
are like, yeah, they are good. The guy Carlos, I see him whenever you see the Reef Palooza video, the guy who's always selling the tickets, that Carlos.
yeah.
And when I went to the store, he was showing me. He's like, "Hey, you want to see pictures of my tanks?" The guy had 3 or 4 tanks at home, and I'm like, wait a second. I'm like, you work at a fish store, you have young kids, and you have 4 tanks at home. I was like, are you crazy? Like, is something wrong with you? Because I would think that dealing with tanks all day, you don't want to go home. And I started talking to everybody at the store, and I realized like they have tanks at home. So I started to think, I was like, okay, like there is a certain type of person that works at Worldwide Corals because these people are like passionate, like like they're crazy like us. Like on a
Hmm.
Saturday night, we're sitting on our live stream talking about reefing. So like that's crazy if you think about it. So
Yeah, yeah.
See, I learned though working at a local fish store and doing fish tank maintenance all day, coming home and having to do more of it. That's what kind of like that was like the very first step I ever had in my life of going
Yeah.
mixing hobbies and business does not work for Alex G.
Your word never ended.
Yeah.
yeah. I like this though, and I just like that things are never the same. Like there's so much you can do. Like I'm just starting to like I I'm trying. Like I think right now, like in reefing, like should should be like. Well, I just said I think that should be eliminated from my vocabulary when it comes to reefing because you see so many people like do so many things so different. I saw
Mhm.
on Reddit today a guy had a nano tank with no rock. He just had some tiles on the bottom and he glued the LPS to like the back of like all the corals. He just glued the frags directly to like the back of the tank, the sides of the tank, and it looks so good. And I
Mhm.
was like, imagine like seeing that tank 5 years ago, people would be like, you should have rock because the rock is the filtration.
Yeah.
Like more rock, more better. Like ton of rock. You need more rock and you put more rock in your something. And
Yep.
think of that guy has a thriving tank with no
No
rock,
rock.
like literally no rock. He has tiles. And when I say tiles, I'm not talking like frag tiles. He went to Home Depot and had ceramic tiles cut.
Yep.
You're all wrong with the rock. You got to get a trickle filter, a wet dry, or an undergravel. That's what you have to have.
You
Rock
need to
doesn't
have,
have bacteria in it. Only the undergravel does.
yeah, or you need to have 10 times turnover or 50 times or 100 times turnover, or your skimmer needs to be 5 times rated. So if you have a 100-gallon tank, your skimmer needs to be rated for 500 gallons.
Yep.
I'll date myself a little bit. How about South Down Play Stand?
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, gee.
Oh, wow.
You guys.
Um,
Yeah, it's true. Things have come a long way. Well, the Red Sea tank, I didn't have near enough live rock in there for that volume of water, according to whatever formula. But I had a whole bunch of biomedia in the sump. And that's when I learned that'll do the trick.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then like in my estimate, like that Kessel should not have covered that tank. I was sitting there watching your video, was like, there's no way she's gonna grow anything in the corners because that Kessel AP 7, I think it was a 900.
It's
And
700.
it
Yeah,
worked.
AP 700.
Yeah, like
Yep.
it worked. Like it just, like Victor, if you ever have a conversation about corals with Victor would always tell you, like, you don't have to give them optimal everything, but they will adjust. You just need to keep things stable, and they will eventually adjust.
Well,
They might not grow as fast or grow optimally, but they will grow. You'll have a nice, healthy system. If you just keep things stable.
yeah. Well, and the thing is, not every coral needs to be directly under the light. Some of them need lower light. And I had Cyphastria growing on the back side of the one arch that was just getting enough light to keep going. And the Leptocerus also, they don't need a lot of light. They can survive in very low light. So when you think about it, you end up with zones in your tank where you've got high light zones, medium light zones, top, middle, bottom, that kind of thing. So it gives you all that variety, all the options of having different coral.
Yeah,
True.
it depends too how is the light setting, because you
Yeah.
have the light like blast all the way, you're
Yeah.
gonna burn the corals,
Yeah.
Like right now I using this light. Basically I'm not using the white lights. Let me show you right here real quick. The white light is in 0%.
Yeah.
So they really powerful. So in my other tank I use the white light like all the way, the minimum, and then the blue light in 50%. But people, they think sometimes when they beginner that they we have to put the light all the way up. That's the first mistake they can do, because they and then you hear, oh, my coral, they getting white, or they don't grow, they don't want to open, and then it's the light,
Yeah.
So
Well, it's the same as getting new coral where it's been grown in a certain system and bringing it to your tank, and it has to adjust.
yeah.
So if you don't reduce the light or put it in a place where it gets less light, then it's stressing because it's in a new environment altogether, and then the light just makes it worse. So I never mount corals right away when I get them. They're always on a frag rack on the front glass. And I like doing that because I can move them up and down as I see that I need to, based on what they look like,
Yep.
closer to the light, farther from the light. And then after about a month, then I feel like I can actually put them somewhere that I think they'll grow. So you can't just bring stuff home from a show and start sticking it on the rocks. I don't think. I mean, I've never done that.
I think that becomes, well, I think that's part of the challenge too now with, I think back to my early days of reefing and with metal halides, the power compacts, and it was on or off. There was no intensity setting.
Yeah.
I couldn't afford dimmable VHOs or anything, and it was all on or all off, and that was just it. And that's kind of what your point is, Cindy, is that you get corals and you put them on there and you go, all right, well, let's start it off slow and then work it up.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I keep that same thing going most of the time in my tanks. I'm like, I'm not adjusting my lights. I just, whatever
Yeah.
they're set to, they're set to. They're on a ramp cycle, but I don't alter it.
Yeah. Well, because you know what? The new corals might benefit from that, but what about everything else that's in there?
Exactly.
Yep.
Everything else is used to it and stable, and now you're going to go poking it with a stick.
Yeah.
That's right. Yep.
Yep.
But it's a journey to get there and to understand that you have options on how you do things. If you load your tank up with coral a whole bunch all at once, then yeah, you can use the acclimation feature on your light. But if you've got an existing tank and you put a whole bunch of new coral in it, then you have to address that with placement.
Yeah. It's like when I was talking to somebody that he started the hobby with 210 gallon.
Ooh.
So he said that, I try to do corals, but they never grow. They never do nothing. They open the first day I put it in and everything, and then they close they and die. I was checking what it was going on with the tank. I was checking the parameter. Everything was all right. The light was all right. And then sometimes we forgot something, like if we have like a old equipment, old pump or something like that,
Mm-hmm.
and they shooting electricity through the water.
Ooh.
That's why the coral they don't survive. So
Yeah.
that's what happened. He have it that like the old pump, it was broke, it was cracked inside, and then the power, it was shooting power to the water.
Yeah.
And then he was spending a lot of time, a lot of money buying more corals. And what's going on? My parameter is okay, my temperature is okay, everything is okay. And it was that. Like sometimes people don't know about it, and then with the pump you can put electricity in the water.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good thing. And I know when I did the reading about it, there's a lot of different opinions on whether it does have an effect or not. So I just figure it's not, it can't be good for you as the human sticking your hand in the tank either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, he you without shoes touching the floor, and then you put the hand inside the water, you're gonna feel the tickles.
I could say from many too many experiences that I understand why electricity and water don't mix, and that's why all my circuits are fully protected now. Unlike some of my earlier systems or the LFS that I used to work at, where being shocked was a part of your daily routine.
Pretty scary. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can personally attest to the psychological impact of being shocked. We had one tank that it took us about 6 months to find out what was causing it, because someone forgot there was an old Rio power head in it that nobody knew about.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, someone would be like, "Oh, can I get this coral or some snails or something?" And it got to such a point where my hand would physically stop before it would touch the water because I was afraid of being shocked.
Yeah.
So I used to have a piece of styrofoam from a styrofoam box of stuff that got shipped in that I used to stand on while I was getting stuff out for people, because with working in an LFS, your shoes and sandals would always be wet, so you were grounding yourself out constantly.
Yikes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's one thing I forgot to mention in my video about the stuff that we did to the house to get ready for the tank, and that is that all of the outlets anywhere near are all GFCIs.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep, I got all GFCI and I put AFCI on top of that.
Oh, that's the amp thing?
Arc
The
fault.
arc. The arc fault, yeah.
Fire prevention. So if your hot wire arcs to the neutral, it'll also trip the circuit breaker.
And another
Yeah.
thing you can use is the multi-outlet, the multi-plug. They came like that too. You know, if you have like a regular plug or something like that, you can use the multi-outlet. They do the same thing basically.
Oh, you mean like a power bar?
Yeah, like power bar.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I guess the other thing too is to make sure that there's no way for water from your tank to end up getting into an electrical outlet.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
I
yeah.
was watching a video of a coral store in Toronto, and I remember this from a couple years ago on their blog. What ended up happening is a power head got bumped, and it ended up shooting water out of the tank directly into an electrical outlet.
Wow.
And I can't remember why nobody knew this was going on, whether it was something in the tank that did it, you know, like a snail got underneath it. I have no idea. But yeah, that could have been a fire. And the picture of the meltdown of the outlet was very scary.
Wow.
So we've got those little plastic things that are meant to go inside the electrical space behind a washer or dryer. You know, they're like formed plastic. It's a rectangle, and then it has a flange around it. They're not very expensive. So my husband took those and he cut the bottom out, and he's got them taped over top of all of the outlets that are anywhere near the sump downstairs, so that if any water does shoot out, it hits this plastic thing and it doesn't go into the outlet.
That's nice.
I guess there was a unique experience at the LFS that I had, is that I got to see somebody plug in a little fluorescent light and have the outlet explode on them.
Ooh.
Wow.
That was rather interesting.
Yikes.
Also had somebody in their gut reaction, which the glass top of the tank got jarred loose and fell in the tank, and the fluorescent light went with it. So the fluorescent light was still on underwater, and their gut reaction was, "I need to get that out." So they grabbed it. That was they were dancing around a little bit when they did that. And then
boy.
my personal favorite was we were rewiring metal halides at a store, and we had splashed a bunch of water around refilling the tank because the drains were having problems, and there was a bunch of wires between two tanks on a rack that were high up, and I was staring at them, and I saw like they were like looked like they were glowing and arcing a little bit, and I told my coworker, then boss, I was like, "Hey, that wire just like started like sparking," and he stopped what he was doing. He looked at it, and he's like, "No, it's not." And I go, "I'm telling you, it did." He's like, "No, it's not." So he was going back to what he was doing, and then it did it again. I go, "It did it again." And he came back and he looked at it, and he goes, "No, it's not doing anything." And the next thing you know, flames start shooting out of it. So he goes running to the breaker panel of the store and shuts off all the breakers. It was after hours. And then we start looking at what it was. Somebody had a VHO ballast wired up, and those are all the VHO wires for the end caps. Somebody just left them there. They were all hot.
Oh my God.
And we're like, how this place didn't burn down, we don't know.
Well, it probably didn't because you noticed.
Yeah.
It's probably been there for a decade like that. That was the bad part.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Yeah, I've been pretty lucky with as far as electricity goes, although I will admit I did once drop a light in a tank and I reached in and grabbed it and pulled it out. And the instant my hand was out of the water, I realized how stupid that was. And I don't remember which light it was, but whatever it was, I didn't get shocked. Nothing happened. The light was fried. Yeah. So you're right. It's your gut. It's your reflex.
Mm-hmm.
I did that at my last house, or my first house that I lived in Michigan. We were gone. My wife and I were gone somewhere, and we came home, and I went downstairs to check on the tank. And my refugium tank, I had turned up the water flow to it, and it'd been that way for a few days, but the drain got a little clogged up, and it overflowed the tank. And I heard like an arcing noise. There was a pinpoint temperature controller on the shelf underneath the tank, and it had water just pouring onto it. There's water all over the floor, and my gut instinct was to say, I need to go and unplug that. And it was the dumbest thing I ever did. I walked up to it, didn't have GFCI on anything in this system, and I grabbed onto that pinpoint temperature controller with my feet standing in water, and I was screaming a lot of profanities for a short time before I finally let it go.
Wow.
Lucky I was able to.
Well,
and then I unplugged it, and then I was like, well, that was really stupid.
Wow. And those are just those little adapters too, right?
Oh, well, I had a 500-watt heater plugged into it at the time, and it was like a big box. Like it was it had a hot and cold, like it was an old school pinpoint. Yeah. And I mean, I was shaking like a leaf on that one.
I bet.
And I just remember thinking, I was worried it was going to catch on fire, and I was so panicked.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Blue Carbon Reefing. Glad to see you. Yeah, John says, I've been shocked at least a few times, enough to where I purchased a grounding probe. I have a grounding probe, and I have not installed it, but I probably should.
Yes, I think it's a good idea.
Yeah. I don't know. I got to read on those more. The only thing I ever get worried about with those is that if it's not all done up right, like if all the electronics they're going into the tank are grounded already, and you put in a separate grounding probe, is the risk of making a grounding loop.
And what does that mean?
Oh, it can mean that electricity could freely flow through that in a different manner than it should. Because the idea of a ground is that when it goes into ground, it just goes to ground, and that's the path of least resistance. But if you make a grounding loop, and I don't know all the principles of it, but it will effectively nullify a lot of the effects of how a ground is supposed to work.
Yeah, I think I kind of get what you're saying, because it'll draw the ground to a different route, which is into the outlet.
Right back into where it came from to go back to the path of least resistance.
Yeah. John says, don't stick your hands in the tank with bare feet in the basement until you do when it comes to a grounding probe. Well, actually, I am physically unable to walk around in bare feet. So I guess I'm lucky. My feet, the old collapsed arch thing where I have to have something on my feet. So, yeah.
All right, guys. I think my cell phone is about to die. Yeah.
Well, thanks for coming in tonight, MB. And I'm glad your tanks are good after your vacation. That's wonderful.
Yes. Thank you.
Cool. All right.
See
you next time. Yeah.
All right.
Bye. Geez, I was just thinking I should have asked about his auto feeder. I can't remember who, somebody told me Eheim is a good brand of auto feeder to get.
Yep, those are the ones
I
I
like
got.
I like
Yeah. Yeah. Because with on part of my stock list has a bunch of Anthias, and I know that they really need to have food frequently available. So if I can just do it in small quantities throughout the day, that would be good. Yeah. Oh, so Alex, you had a busy week. I saw some things on Instagram.
Yeah, it's been a busy week.
You're being so cagey. I think it's hilarious.
What did you find?
Pardon?
What did you find on Instagram?
Oh, if you look at Alex's Instagram account, he's got various things that he's been building, and the stand for part of his display, for example, is well underway. Oh, here we go. We're getting a tour. And I do have a short video that Billy Pipe sent me that's really cool that I'll show you guys once we see what Alex is up to here.
Sorry, I just have to show the sad carpet that I ripped out in order to accommodate the aquarium stand.
The brand new carpet. You could probably put that on Facebook Marketplace. There you go. Oh, that's quite the stand, eh?
Wait, what?
This is the section of the stand that I will show.
Uh-huh. That's for Alex's new display. The fish room is I think your fish room is pretty much done now, isn't it? Now
The
that you
fish
got your
room's on the other side of this wall.
Yep. Now that you got
This
your
is-
secondary sump all put
Yeah,
in. And,
this is display construction.
yep.
So
That's how much. Wow. Oh wow.
So now you have to go to Chicago. Oh, you got to see this in person. And this is in your finished living area in your basement, right?
yep,
Yeah.
this is the finished basement.
Yep.
There's
You're
a lot
not
of
gonna
junk
move
over
it. It's basically permanent. You're building it where it's gonna be, right?
As I do with all my stuff.
Yeah, and it's going to be plywood, this one as well, right? With a viewing pane like your
Well,
others?
no. So this is going to be the bottom of the tank will be plywood, fiberglass, and epoxy. All the sides of the tank will be glass.
Oh, nice.
So
What size glass? 3/4?
at the moment, I am debating between. Well, right now I would say it's going to be 3/4 plate. Although I need to talk to a couple folks to see if tempering for 3/4 would be advisable, or 1/2 inch tempered is also a solution too, because the tank will be 32 inches tall with water.
And so does the height make it necessary to temper it?
Well, the height is what raises the water pressure factor on the glass.
Oh,
So the
okay.
thicker the generally, so up to 36 inches of water height, you can do 3/4 inch glass. Standard plate. If you want to go to 48 inches tall with glass, you'd have to do 3/4 tempered or 1 inch. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to go 3/4 plate, but I'm going to, as I get further down the line, I'll talk to some different glass folks, because obviously I have a lot of glass to buy.
Yep.
And get some opinion, because I don't know if I'm going to bring the glass in through this window or if I'm going to bring it in through my stairs. I haven't figured that part out yet.
What size is that? Yeah, you'll probably have to remove that window to bring it in, would you think? Diagonally?
So if I can do it right, I would lay the glass flat. So I'd have to be able to remove both sides of this window, which I don't know if I can right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also need to be able to make an angle for the maximum length sheet of glass that I need for this tank to
Mhm.
be able to get slid in, not hit the top of, or not hit the stand and like get stuck in there to where it's like, well,
Yeah.
it
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
fit.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh.
Well, I can still bring it in through the stairs. That's not a problem. It's just a little more involved, and this might be an easy route here if I can do the window.
Yeah. Blue carbon reefing. Just think about the view of that side boob. You wouldn't even be able to see the other end of the tank. Well, maybe. Well, you should though, really. When I think about it. Depending, but I remember something else that's going on. So your side boob view might be
This side view will be unobstructed, although the aquascape could definitely get in the way of parts of it. So
yeah, yeah.
the
Wow.
main seating area will be here where the workbench is.
Hmm.
It's very neat and tidy, I will
Well,
add.
yeah, listen, you know where everything is though, right?
In it, I do.
That's what matters, not how it looks, but where is it all to hand.
So no, I think my number one tool has been my handy dandy laser level right here, which is
Yeah.
making sure I build this thing level, because I got to build it level to the floor.
Yeah. And
So
is your floor absolutely level down there? Or do you have to, pardon?
I'm the stand. So right now, each 2x4 leg, starting with the corner here, this one was 17 inches tall, and then I'm building everything to be level. So when I do this, well, you could see my horrible handwriting. Basically, it's 17 inches, and then it's a 0 is 17 on the nose, plus 1 means 17 inches and 1/16. But you see, that's +1. The next
Mm-hmm.
one over is +3, +3. So,
Oh
and
yeah.
+4, +3. So the floor is not level
Yeah.
by any means, but by building this to the level of the floor,
Yeah.
it eliminates that problem.
Yeah, I'm thinking what we're talking about is your floor is not flat.
No,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, essentially.
that's a very expensive and tall order for any floor to ask to
Yes.
say that it be level.
Yeah. Yeah. We ran into that with ours that the flooring guy was freaking out because the builder insisted that this floor in here had to be dead level. And we said, well, no, it as long as it's as flat as you can get it. And
Yeah,
it's really good.
I,
But
I'm as off as 5/16 of it. Well, yeah, 5/16 of an inch at least.
yeah, that's
Um,
considerable. Yeah.
it's just due to the size of the tank that's there.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
this is
Well,
the thought. This is the portion I'm willing to share.
yeah.
So this is not the
But there's
entire
more
tank.
going on. That's right.
So
But I mean, the way you're doing it is the only way you can do it.
yeah,
I think. Yeah.
distributing the weight over a very wide area with stand legs the entire width and length. And this isn't the final stand because it's the same stand design I used for my plywood tanks and the
Mhm.
ones that are in the fish room now because I kept those stands. But because the front to back width on this is greater, I am a little bit concerned about the fact that from a structural standpoint, well, I can't really do it by hand because it's so tied together, but because it's so long front to back, the horizontal stringers here, all they're basically doing is stabilizing these vertical
Mhm.
legs so that they can't move.
Yeah.
But because of the front to back length here, I am concerned about just side to side movement in the middle. So I'm probably going to have either at least one, well, it's between 1 and 3 stringers that are going to go in the middle that are going to tie all these horizontal members together to further lock them into a single structure.
Yeah.
On top of the plywood that's going to be screwed into the whole thing.
Yeah.
So.
And I guess you have to lay out your seams really carefully too.
As
so
far
that they're
as glass seams or
well,
plywood?
your plywood, so that they're fully supported.
Yeah, so I'm not too concerned about that because there's going to be a 2-inch, at least it's either going to be a 2-inch or 2¼ inch plywood top.
Mm.
So
so is that multiple sheets laminated
yes.
together? Yeah, because I don't think I've ever heard of anything more than 3/4.
Technically I have seen 1-inch. It's a commercial grade though, and I'm not doing that. But the top layer is going to be either 1/2 inch or 3/4. I'll have to see what makes sense. That is going to get screwed into this whole frame, and that will lock the stand together from shifting. It should prevent any twisting and movement in either direction, on top of the fact that all the horizontal members are locked together with these two, which will prevent it from collapsing sideways. But that top layer of plywood is going to be screwed in. The other 2 layers on top of that are not going to be screwed into this. They're going to actually be, because those 2 layers are going to represent the bottom of the tank. And there's actually going to be a 6-inch overlap. So this is where the glass will be. There'll be another 6 inches here, and I'm going to make a riser so the glass is sitting with a 2-inch overlap of what's on top of here. So I'm going to put a 2x6 and make an L beam with another piece of wood, maybe a hardwood, and that's going to bolt through all the plywood. So the top 2 layers will be floating, but they'll get bolted through all the way.
They'll be kind of tethered.
Yeah. So they won't be able to move, but what's actually holding the water pressure back in the glass will be a 2x6 and another piece of wood on an L beam at a perpendicular angle that's made into a single beam.
Yeah.
And then that'll all be bolted through all 2 inches of plywood.
Yeah, because I mean, when we think of getting a big tank, look at me, I'm just ordering it, it's coming. But you have to construct this thing so that the glass is going to not blow out. And I mean, so is the greatest force at the top or the bottom? Like, I'm thinking it has to be at the bottom.
Honestly, with the way that I'm doing this, is that I'm accounting for both, because it's trying to push out the bottom. So by bolting that through, that'll lock the bottom in, but the top is going to try and push outward too. So essentially what I'm going to do is I'll build the whole bottom perimeter frame of where the glass will sit, and it'll be a 2-inch overlap over the whole bottom. And then I'm going to build a top perimeter brace out of wood. That's going to be, I'll probably build it right on top of this one that's on the bottom. And then I'll raise it up to the level that it needs to be. And then that will have cross bracing going between it, which I'm going to do a little more research and talk to some tank builders probably to see if they're willing to share it. So I could figure out how many cross braces I need, how frequent I need them to tie the top water pressure together.
Yeah. Well, essentially, like what we see, for example, the 90-gallon that I had, it's that black plastic trim around the whole outside top and the plastic that goes across. And it freaks me out every time I see somebody taking one of those tanks and removing that to make it a rimless tank. It's been a while since I've seen it like fresh. I think people were doing it years ago. I don't think they're doing it as much now, because like they're not built for that. Anyway.
Maybe there's a reason you're not seeing them more because they didn't survive when they took them
Yeah.
off.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
Cool.
I was actually interesting. I was just watching a video on David Saxby's tank with Reef Bomb, and
Oh
that
yeah,
was one of
yeah.
the things he was talking about, was that he used stainless steel cables as his cross bracing, which I thought was pretty. It was a pretty innovative thing.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna use threaded rods that are encased in PVC. So
like you did on your 700 and 400.
that was the
Yeah.
proof of concept, doing it on those.
Yeah.
So once I get to this tank, I'm going to use the same thing, but I'm going to make accommodations for extra cross bracing. So one of the things I'd already been thinking about it, but I think listening to what David Saxby said in Reef Bum Stream, where he's like, well, we had one of the cables snap because of a cotter pin that failed because it wasn't stainless steel, is I want to be able to make it serviceable. So if a cross brace was to fail, I could put in a temporary cross brace on either side of it.
Yeah.
And then service the one that needs to be replaced.
Yeah. So much to think
How
about.
would you get under there and service it, though?
Well, it'll be on the top. So there should be enough space here to pull a threaded route out all the way. And then I'll just make holes on either side of it that I'll just put plugs in them. So if I need to service one, I can put a temp one in, snug it in place, and then go ahead and loosen up one that needs servicing, or if one were to snap, make sure that I could replace it.
So if you've got multiple cross braces, how do you make sure the tensioning matches all across, so you're not pulling one tighter than another and putting that pressure?
So there really shouldn't be much needed for that, because the idea is, if I make the frame the same shape as the bottom frame, the tensioning rod really doesn't, for the cross brace, it really doesn't have to be torqued down. All it needs to do is hold it in line. So
Where it
is,
is. Yeah.
it's a matter of measuring the exact distance between the front and the back and making that a constant all the way across the tank.
Right.
So it won't really tighten it. It's just going to hold that frame in place so that it can't move.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It does. It's not like it has to. It's not like it's creating the tension that's going to keep the glass there. The whole system is keeping the glass there.
Yeah.
All it's doing is preventing the glass from succumbing to the force that's going to be trying to push it out.
Exactly. So you're just making a solid frame that is not able to move.
Yeah.
So that way the force exerted on it from the glass can't exert outward pressure enough to cause a bow and the potential for a structural failure.
Yeah, because you have multiple cross braces. So a few of them would have to be subject to a problem for that to ever become an issue for you.
That would be the hope. And that's why I kind of want to, like, I know how often I could make them and be absolutely 100%. This isn't going anywhere. And I don't want to get to here's the bare minimum. I kind of want to find a happy medium. And I'm not going to lie, to do some things in this tank, I will have to physically get in.
Yeah.
And I would like to kind of minimize the amount of how I have to go in and out, because a cross brace is in the way, which means I have to go underwater all the way to go under it.
Yeah.
Or I have to get out and come back in.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the interesting problem, the challenges of a big build.
Well, on the prospect of it sounds cool to get into a tank, it's still one of those things where I go, I really don't want to have to do it. But there is a wall back here, and while I haven't said the dimension, and I have said this is wider than the tank I had previously front to back, and even if I had a walking platform back there, I wouldn't be able to reach the middle.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Truly interesting. Well, I guess you need that rail system on the ceiling with your harness so that you can dangle.
There won't be quite enough room for that. Although I am not, while I'm going to make the tank 32 inches in depth, I'm not planning on having a lot of corals physically all the way to the bottom at this point.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I'm sure that long tools will come in a lot handier.
I have some ideas for 3D printed stuff that maybe I will pursue when I get to that stage. But
yeah.
To your point of when you were talking about a lot of small power heads versus big ones, that will be an interesting puzzle for this system, because my thought is less pumps but bigger pumps.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that actually works.
Yeah, well, when you think about the ocean and the waves and all of that, it is mass water movement. It's not targeted. Yeah, there are eddies and things like that that are just the hydraulics around the rocks and all of that kind of thing. But in a reef tank, what I try to avoid the most is dead spots, because although sometimes detritus will settle in a dead spot, it makes it easy to clean up. A lot of times, if you don't see it or you don't notice it, it becomes almost like a ticking time bomb, unless you can find a way to address it, and depending where it's located. So that's kind of what I'm hoping I'll avoid, is dead spots.
Well, this will be interesting too, because part of the reason for the scale of this tank is I want to zone out my flow better than I've ever been able to.
Yeah.
Was kind of talking a little bit earlier about how, you make this kind of kick-ass SPS tank with tons of flow and bare bottom, and you're running it full blast, but then it's like, well, you want to add a Scully or some LPS that doesn't quite like that, and it can kind of mess up the balance.
Yeah.
I kind of want to just say, well, that's fine. I don't want to mess up the balance. I'm just going to put it in a physically different place where that's not a factor anymore.
And because you have the space to work with.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alex, talking about getting in and out of the tank, Ali Nase says, it's like climbing in your cat's litter box.
So if anyone thinks I'm not sane anymore, you're right on track. So
we're all just a bunch of crazy people. Yeah, I got to think a little bit more about this idea of measuring the flow. It was Johnny Martinez measured that oceanographers have a sensor that they use. I'm going to look into it, because it's amazing what you can cobble together from dollar store stuff.
Well, and a lot, in just watching a lot of the scientists and how they do stuff, like they have got a lot of, how can I put it, duct tape devices where they've slapped them together in any way they could, because it's like, well, the technology doesn't really exist and we don't have funding for it to make it, so we just made what we could.
Yeah. Well, it's like what I say often about my golf shots. It ain't pretty, but it works.
So
Taryn says we've all lost our minds.
I'm hoping though, and well, we'll see in a few weeks, hopefully I'll be completed with the framing of this stand, and I'll be able to move on to starting to work on the actual bottom of the tank. We'll see though, because it's a lot of plywood I gotta order.
Mike is asking how many gallons, and I already know the answer. You have to wait and see.
Yeah. It's more than my last, more than my total water. More than the total water volume of my previous system is what this display will be.
And it's way more than the total water volume you already have going in your fish room.
It could be.
It could be. I know you've given out a couple little clues here and there, Alex.
And I'll just say this, everyone. Part of it's having a little fun and just keeping it a little secretive. The other piece of it, though, is, and this is just brutal honesty here, is that while I've seen a lot of people make some really big monster builds and they're really cool and fun, and you do get to see, some people try to imitate stuff. I'm very much in the wanting to make sure this actually holds water and works
before you show it to the world. Yeah,
because I don't want to hear, well, hey, I went, I built ahead of your build and found out, hey, this doesn't work, and be like, what? I didn't really tested this yet. In theory, it should work, but
well, were you in at the beginning of the video when I was talking about something that happened with the radiant heating system?
No, I heard someone kind of follow up and say something about air pockets or something.
Yeah, there was an airlock where, because the water that comes in from the tap is oxygenated, which means micro bubbles. And so you fill up the system, and the plumber installed a couple of fill taps, a bleed tap and a fill tap. So that's great. We use that. But I went down and there was a hissing noise. So I called Keith and I said, like, what? And it was coming from the release valve on the top of the water heater. So we immediately unplugged the circulating pump and everything because we didn't know if it was going to blow up when we're standing there. And called the plumber. And luckily the guy was in the neighborhood, came right over. So we figured it out. Because the water's oxygenated and contains microbubbles, eventually it aggregates at the highest point in the hose, which is over top of the beam that's right above the heater. And ultimately, when enough air comes, like precipitates out of the water and joins together in a bubble, there's an airlock that the water can't breach, just like when you get an airlock in a siphon, on a canister filter. And so that's what we figured out. That's what we think has happened. It took 5 months for all that air to get trapped at the highest point, and thus the circulating pump was not pushing any water, because I looked right away at the pressure gauge thinking it was going to be really high or something, but it was 0. So the circulating pump was on, but unable to push water. So we're thinking it was back pressure from the pump that was pushing back into the heater that was causing the release valve to hiss and release air or whatever. I don't know. It's just a theory, that part of it. So we learned from this that, yes, indeed, you do need to bleed the air off of a self-contained closed loop, because you can't control the oxygen content or the air bubbles that are in the water that you put in there, because it comes out of the tap. There's going to be some measure of aeration just naturally that's coming through the hose. So that was pretty interesting. That was quite, I'm glad it happened on a day when we were both home and I was just, doing my regular thing and I happened to hear it. I honestly don't know what would have happened, whether it would have ultimately blown the release valve and there would have been water from the hot water heater everywhere. I have no idea.
Let's see, and this, I hate to say it, Cindy, but I got a total Canadian joke for you based on this. And forgive me, anyone. I hope you don't get. I hope you have some fun with it. But if you would have used some high quality maple syrup, instead of water, you wouldn't have had this bleed out problem,
That's right. We should have got something with higher viscosity.
Yeah, that's right, And you could have cut it with a Molson or Labatt.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, I lived in Detroit most of my childhood life, and we went to Canada a lot. So
I'm telling you, Alex, when I ultimately eventually come and visit you, we're bringing maple syrup with us.
boy,
Well, he's coming back. He was over washing some dishes. Now he's coming back across the room.
he probably heard something about maple syrup and radio and said, "What is this technology?"
Yeah. Oh man. Mike is asking how you deal with humidity, and that's probably it's quite possible. I don't think I said hi to you, Mike. I know I read your questions before. It's possible Mike might not have seen your dexterized ceiling
Yeah,
before.
so humidity control comes down to three main things. It's minimizing, containing, and mitigating. So I minimize it by one, putting tops on all my tanks. So this is a perfect example of it too, is that in this tank, you can see all the condensation from the moist, humid air. And it gets contained in here. Even though this is corrugated and it's open to the room, there's not a lot of airflow through it. So you'll see heavy condensation, and it traps the moisture in there. So that's the first step I always look at. And the funny thing about this tank is this is the water discharge into here. And you can see just that water flowing, and it doesn't really break the surface a lot, but how much moisture it generates. So tops are the first thing. Kind of inside of minimizing it and not allowing it to get in the air is just containing it. And I go to, in my fish room, I plasticize the ceiling. And this allows the moisture to come in. Any moisture that comes in the room, it can't just freely absorb into the wood frame of the house. And the final step of it is mitigation, which for this house, I've gone with April Air 1850 dehumidifier, which I can now say is a rather popular choice if Blue Carbon Reefing is still here.
I was just going to say that.
As he just purchased one, and then I know that Daily Reefing purchased one after, in part, he had a smaller one. In part, saw that I got a bigger one. So
They need to
I'm
pay you commission.
dehumidifying. Ventilation outside with an exhaust fan is also another option. But let's see where my humidity is right now, because I keep multiple humidity monitors. I am at 45% in my fish room.
Wow.
High of 51, and there's 2,100 gallons of salt water in here. And
so it works.
Yep, and outside the fish room, we got up to a high of 54. And I know my other corner of the basement, where the airflow flows a little lower, it's usually in the 50s. Yeah. But that will change, because eventually I'm going to take my dehumidifier exhaust, and instead of just dumping it right in the room, I'm going to add the attachment here for ducting, and I am going to pump this air into the finished basement, and that will also generate a negative pressure in the canopy of my display and in this room, so that helps further trap the moisture inside here.
Cool. Algae Warrior says he needs a dehumidifier. Yeah, we have one running that runs constantly. It's only a 95 pint, like it's a small one, so we might need to upsize that. But ours hovers between 41 and 44 down there when I check it.
And the thing I would tell anybody is, if you get into large aquariums, do not be deceived by low humidity levels at times without a dehumidifier, because your house is a sponge.
Yep.
All the wood, the carpet, the drywall, the furniture, your clothes, even metals, anything that could trap moisture will do that, and it will suck it up like a sponge until it can't do it anymore, and then your humidity level is going to start skyrocketing.
Yep, and that's when you'll start seeing the black mold.
Yeah, and by that time you are in big trouble.
Yeah.
And that's why you'll see. I mean, I put up over 700 square feet of plastic on the ceiling and secured it to the ceiling. I taped it off. It's not absolutely airproof, but it keeps most of the air in this room contained.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the moisture meter, my husband uses that about once every 3 weeks to check several different areas. And the highest reading he's had was 10.4, but he had to change the setting back to the kind of wood that it was. He had it somehow, he set it on a different kind of wood. So this thing is calibrated for like spruce, pine, fir, whatever. So he set it back to spruce and it's like 8.4. So, we'll keep an eye on it. If it starts to creep up, then we'll have to look at installing an exhaust fan. I think that's going to be the first line of attack.
I have kept that as because I got that window right by the side of my tank.
Yeah.
Because the ideal thing is that this top 4-inch line here is going to be the suction from the main display, and it's also already the canopy for the 400 here.
All right.
To pull air into the dehumidifier and make a negative pressure inside the canopy. But if that's not enough, I'm either going to put a fan in here to force it to the dehumidifier, or I'm going to take it and suck it directly out into the outside through that window. But the biggest thing is just making sure that I keep it contained in that canopy so it can't get into the rest of the house.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the other thing. We do have a fan that's constantly going down there. It's an oscillating one, and it's up near the ceiling, and it does a pretty good job. It doesn't, and I don't know. I'm sensitive to humidity. I can feel it. My hair gets all fuzzy at probably around 51%. I start getting fuzzy hair, and it has not been humid down there. The temperature stays right around 73, which is not bad either.
And I know for a fact, like with this, I mean, the main room here, because that dehumidifier is putting out about 300 cubic feet per minute. So it's pushing a pretty good amount of air through the room.
Yeah.
But I even know, like, I got 2 ducts to it right now, and one of them comes up to the 700, and you could feel the difference in the hot, humid air in that canopy. And these are just loose canopy panels, but I know that it's sucking air through this duct straight to the dehumidifier, so it's not able to get into the room very easily.
Oh, hey, when I lift those lids off of the stock tanks, I mean, I only have one on there right now, but when I lift the lid, the warmth and the moisture, like the humid air that comes out of there is just unreal. So talking about lids, that's the other thing with my system. Once I don't have Reef in all of those tanks, they'll all get lids except for the shallow 50 at the top, because that's where I'm going to grow the Cato and all that kind of thing. So lids are a huge, huge part of it. And I can tilt mine so that anything that does collect underneath can run down to the one end and just drip back into the water.
And I mean, you could even see on here on the side of the pond liner, you could see where it's condensed enough to where it's dripping back in.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I actually opening this up, I could feel it when I'm breathing that air in.
Yeah.
So it's a big chunk, and I've seen it many times with people that get into large tanks. Once you get beyond about 300 gallons, sometimes under that, it's not something that normally gets brought up with aquariums. But once you start getting into these high water volumes, like I'll throw an example out there that I'm very curious about long term how it'll go. I saw that Coral Fish 12G put like a 1,200-gallon pond in his basement
Oh
that
yeah.
had like a 10 by 10 open top.
Hmm.
Somebody brought up humidity in that, and somebody, they said they added a dehumidifier, but
Hey, Alex, he's not going to keep that tank long enough to worry about. Believe me.
what was that? Oh, you were in the background.
Yeah,
He said he's not going to keep it long enough to worry about it.
it's YouTube, and I'm not saying that it's not a knock against it, but they tend to like do things, and then sort of abandon it after a while.
Yeah, we can hardly hear you.
Yeah,
Oral.
I can't hear him over the fish room.
Yeah. I like that little tiny glimpse of the skimmer there, Alex. It's, oh my God. It's as big as a freaking person.
It's not as tall as I am. I'm a little bit taller.
That's because
Can you
it
hear
doesn't
me
have
now?
legs.
Yeah,
Yes.
we got you.
All right. I thought I disconnected my headphones, so I was talking to the headphones on one side of the room. And all right, no, I don't think George is going to keep that tank long enough to even worry about evaporation. Like now,
Yeah,
you're building this for years. You're right, just like you built the last one for like it's going to be your forever tank. Like I don't think George is gonna. That's cool. I don't think George is gonna keep that tank forever.
well, their house will they'll certainly find out the detriment of that in their house if they just get a portable dehumidifier.
Yeah. When we were into the freshwater, we had up to around 475 gallons, all in the basement in the finished area. And we didn't know what the hell we were doing. And the stairway going down to our basement in that house, there was a window, because it was like a 2-story stairwell. There was a window on the outside wall, and that thing was never dry.
Oh, jeez.
And
Yeah.
so the water would run down it, pool on the windowsill, and get to be an ugly dark brown color. My husband would get up and clean it off. And I'm sure there must have at some point been some type of mold, but we never let it build up. So who knows? And yeah, that was wintertime, but we didn't have that high volume of water for very long. But it was definitely a factor.
I sent a picture on my Instagram, I don't know, a month or two ago, where I woke up and I looked at my window outside and I saw condensation on it. And like my first instinct was to like wipe my hand on the glass to go, is that on the inside or the outside? And it was outside. I'm like, okay, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, exactly.
You got condensation on the inside of your windows of your home, and you got a large aquarium water volume.
Mm-hmm.
You got a problem.
Yeah,
Like a big problem.
Yeah.
And if you think a whole house dehumidifier is expensive, wait until you learn what mold mitigation for a house costs.
Yeah, exactly. Algae Warrior is asking, have you seen Andrew Sandler's skimmers, 2 people tall? Wow. Well, that's kind of like the ones at Ripley's. We got a behind the scenes tour of the Toronto Ripley's because my sister and her husband were renting the condo that they owned down there to the project manager when it was being built. His name was Steve, and he's from Tennessee. So we were really lucky. We got a tour of the place before it opened, and I'll never forget the skimmers, the row of, I want to say 6 maybe. They're like 2 stories tall. And the collection cups at the top, or that area, is like the size of a Volkswagen. It's just crazy.
I think one of the biggest ones I ever saw in person was at the Shed.
Yeah.
They had an outdoor exhibit that was like the Stingray Touch exhibit. And it was basically like a big giant pond, but they had the skimmer outside.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember like it looked like it was about 6 to 8 feet in diameter. And, the cup looked big enough to where you could get into it. It was kind of funny because I was talking to somebody at the exhibit, and I was like, that looks like a fun protein skimmer to clean, and they were like, you know what that is?
Yeah,
They
exactly.
were like, I don't even know what that is. And they got someone and they're like, they know what that is over there. And they're like, oh yeah, you don't want to get in there to clean that.
Man, oh man.
I've seen like just YouTube videos where like the newer commercial skimmers, they have wash down function, so no one has to go in and clean them.
Yeah.
Where does that drain? Like, is there a drain out the bottom that gets evacuated, or
Yep.
yeah, there would have to be.
I saw one from MRC that like once every 12 hours it'll stop and it has jets that'll wash down the skimmer, and it'll have a thing inside that, like a skimmer neck cleaner. And then there's also jets in the skimmer body itself. When they turn it off, it just, washes the skimmer down.
I've been thinking about how to approach that because I've got a couple different things with different types of neck cleaners. But something else I was thinking about with this that might be interesting, and I'm already thinking about doing air injection into this skimmer, like beyond, like I have my Venturis pulling air in and doing micro bubbles, but I was almost thinking about just adding in an air pump that just adds extra air to increase the air pressure in the neck of the skimmer. But I almost wondered, when you think about a skimmer that starts to foam up too much, that it starts to overflow it, I almost wonder if you could do that with a large air pump periodically, to where you would put enough air pressure and make enough bubbles to where it would basically clean your neck out for you and dump it into the cup without needing a squeegee.
Yeah, because if you did it frequently enough, you should be able to keep it fairly clean. It's just as it builds up, it gets worse and worse and becomes harder and harder to dislodge
like
that
every
stuff.
couple of hours or something for 15 minutes, it dumps a heavy air pressure in to blow out the everything built up on the neck. It'd be something I'll have to try and experiment with, because this thing's, for as little life as there is in it, it still pulls out a lot. But
it's that Spanish hog. He poops a lot. How's the angelfish doing?
Angelfish is doing great.
Oh, it's probably dark now, though, right?
No, he's probably like, why the heck are the lights on in here?
Yeah.
But no, the ReefGrrl's doing awesome. And so so right now my system is in a very interesting, precarious place, because I have no detectable phosphates or nitrates, which is a problem. I've been feeding like I did it earlier. I was tossing food in here, and I was probably putting in like probably 10 fishes worth of food.
Oh boy.
And I've been doing that a lot lately. And then I mentioned I got filter socks, so I'm going to put regular filter socks in so I could start a nitrate factory so I can make nitrates.
Well, what
I'm
about
start dumping myces and stuff right into them?
It gets
so
a little
I can
expensive.
make nitrates.
What about taking your putting your skimmer on a timer so that it shuts off periodically?
I had it off for 2 weeks, and even the water flow in the sump was starting to build skimmate, and I was like, I don't know if this is really the best way to do this.
Yeah, true, because like you're right. Obviously, it's pulling stuff out of the water. So there's got to be that sort of biological decomposition going on somewhere.
Well, I'm also kind of I'm in a little bit of a tug of war too, on like, I'm trying to get my pH up. So my alkalinity has come down to about 8.9. So it's back into it's still a little high for me. I like 8.3 to 8.6. But my calcium was also testing slightly low, which isn't necessarily a problem, and my magnesium was down, which kind of makes sense since I'm just dosing Kalkwasser right now. So
Mm.
I've been I've got bionic magnesium.
Hmm.
I've been dumping in 500 mils at a time, and that's a low dose.
Oh my God.
This was full about a week ago, and I was like, it wasn't down horrible. It was in the 1200 range, but I was like, I gotta boost up my mag. So I'm also in that tug of war with pH, because with the skimmer off, I was still dipping down to like 7.8.
Hmm.
It's like 7.88 is how low it went. But when I turned it back on, I jumped over 8.0. So it was helping. But I've been slowly increasing the dose of calc every day. And I'm going to keep increasing it. But something I have noticed, and this will be an interesting one for O, if he's still on, is so when you look at your calcster, O, do you normally have this graduation between calc on the bottom, kind of like a milky solution, and then more clear?
Yeah, that's what you should have.
Okay.
Although yours look more pronounced than I did. I wish mine was like that. Yours,
Well, I dumped a crap load of it in here about a month ago, and it's still
yours
this way.
seem to be yours seem to be spinning faster than mine. Your
Uh-oh.
no,
I
that's
did not
good.
modify it in any way.
No, I think you know what? I think I have mine on the bottom. Well, I don't think you have your stirrer on the bottom, but yeah, that's exactly what. Actually, I was actually thinking of contacting them, because I think I don't want it so clear when it doses. I want a little bit more potency. So I was actually going to call them up and ask them if they can make me a reactor that's like a few inches shorter.
So I got an idea for you, because this is what I was planning to do. So when I was looking at this potency, and I'm not messing with it yet because I still want to kind of get the system to where I want it to be. But what I was thinking is I will take a couple flat pieces of acrylic, not
Mhm.
big ones, like little squares, drill a couple holes and zip tie them to this center shaft. So it creates more of a vortex in here that should kick up this higher in the water, because this stir, it's not meant to agitate the water in the cylinder. It's just meant to agitate this down here without stirring it up into the whole cylinder.
Well, the thing is, Well, the thinking is you dump water into the water gets. You see the hose is in the bottom, so water gets
Yep.
dosed through the hose, and then it pushes. But I'm telling you, you get more agitation than I do because mine doesn't look like that. I have calc, and then there is not. You look like you have a 3, 4, 5 inch transition to clear solution. I don't even have that. I have calc and then I have water.
Ah, okay.
So
Yeah,
yours,
'cause
and I'm telling you, your pump looks like it's pumping. Your pump look like it's turning a lot faster than mine is. If my lights weren't off now, I would show you, but mine is not turning that fast.
Yeah, I am thinking though. What I'll do is I'll add like a single piece of acrylic, like a little square, and zip tie it to this, and that should stir the water in here and agitate this and make it move upward to make a stronger solution.
Well, let me know when you're gonna do that because that's something I would
Yeah, because I
definitely
don't.
be in.
Yeah, I've been watching like some of the guys that are doing like the calc slurry. Was it Mahina Corals and Telegram? And like they're making standalone batches, which I understand why, so they can be much more measured in it. But I kind of wonder, even with this though, it's graduating to a level where it's meeting it's enough to stir it up, but it's still heavy enough to where it's graduating out from the rest of the cylinder here. And I'm just wondering if I could agitate this a little bit. Could I make that graduation slowly rise up to where I still have powder on the bottom, but I'm making this graduation of this super saturation here move up higher.
How does this stuff get pulled out of the reactor? Does it just overflow or is it pumped out?
Yeah, so right here you have a 90. So this feed here, this is coming off the dosing pump.
Mhm.
So when it doses, it pumps water in.
Yeah.
And it pumps the water into here so that the RO is going straight in here. And then the saturated calc solution is all in this part of the cylinder, and then it gravity feeds out and falls into the rest of the tank.
Well, what if you put a short fitting on the inside of that 90 that extended further down into the solution so you could get closer to the higher saturated area?
That's another way to do it. I guess I'm just, well, so from my standpoint, I'm trying to be extremely cautious with this.
Oh yeah, I don't blame you.
I've heard from O and many others that have had calc mishaps that this stuff can be, you got to be careful. And that's why I'm taking this ultra slow. I think I'm dosing 60 mils 12 times a day, right? Or 60 mils 8 times a day right now.
Oh, I'm dosing 2 liters a day. I'm way more than you.
I know, and my alk's still at like 8, 9, so I've been taking it slow.
So wait, 2 liters a day? Oh, in a 75 gallon? Is that what you have?
Yeah, I'm doing 1.8. I actually dose less in the summer than in the winter. I think the winter with 1.8 liters. Yep.
That's like half a gallon. Yeah. So it's fresh water essentially, the calc.
Yeah. Yep. That's what my top off. That's the limit of what my tank evaporates per day.
Gotcha. So you're essentially all of your top off is via your calc solution.
Yeah. In the winter, I can push it up to 2.
Yeah.
Yep. And I monitor to see when my ATO kicks on.
Hello, puppy.
Probably about 3. So in the last day, which it kicked on.
Cute.
Twice.
Yeah. Calypso says he does 100 mils an hour.
Yep. I split it up into, I do more at night to keep my pH from bottoming, going too low. And then I do less during the day.
That's kind of the route I eventually want to get to. And like with my alk still being higher than I want, that's why I've been kind of as my alk has gone down, I've increased the number of times a day I dose. But eventually, yeah, that's kind of where, like how you're talking, you're not exceeding your evaporation. I'm not either. I still get my ATK goes into alarm every now and then because it gets angry because it's pumped too much RO.
Mm-hmm.
So I got plenty of room to dose more, but that's why I'm kind of thinking is when I hit that saturation of evaporation that's when I'm going to add a fin on here and increase the potency of what I'm dumping in.
I see what you mean. I get you. I got it. I see. I see what you mean now. I got you.
Yeah, because that's what I'm kind of understanding with calc is that a lot of guys that were messing with it is that it's good, but once you exceed your evaporation a day, and you're just doing it in a normal solution like this, the only other option is to start increasing the potency of what you're dumping in.
Yeah.
But Alex, you don't have your calcium reactor online yet, do you?
No, I'm leaving it off for now, although I'm probably going to go get a new CO2 tank soon, but I really want to kind of mess with this for now, and then like I've got a dose mag right now, but that's the only thing I get a little concerned about with this is I don't have mag control with it.
Yeah, or you
And
could get that with a calcium reactor.
Yeah, and I'm kind of thinking is that the calcium reactor, eventually I'll bring it online anyways, but I want to dump the calc in on top of that to try and increase pH. Although I just today, I didn't get very far with it, but I just installed an outside air draw because I did not have one. So I literally just stubbed this out today, but I installed a 1-inch air draw to outside.
So just so you know, that adds additional pressure on your pumps. So just watch and see if your skimmer behaves any different. I have a 5-foot to outside, and my skimmer, like to get my Royal exclusives to skim right, I usually have to choke the air a little bit, but when I'm pulling air from outside, it's fine. I get no issues. So just not saying it's good or bad or it's going to affect whatever you're doing, because you did say 1 inch. That's huge. That's less resistance, but just keep an eye out for it.
Well, I had a 1/2 inch on the last tank, and so to your point, and like that pressure of pulling it in, I haven't found a solution yet, but I'm actually almost thinking if it's not pulling enough, I'm going to get like a little like inline blower fan to like start pulling air in through that 1-inch line, like put pressure on it to help that Venturi suck it in faster.
I gotcha. Gotcha.
But yeah, I'll see probably in the next week or so I'll get that installed, and it'll go on the end where I got my silencer at right now. But that did make a pretty good dent in the last system to bring it up. But I don't know, I guess I'm feeling more bound and determined in here to try and raise this pH up high. What's the matter?
Gizmo, it's time for you to go to bed, Dad.
Are you upset? Come here.
What? I forget your other dog's name, the black one.
Kylo.
Hilo?
Yeah, after Kylo Ren.
Oh, Kylo.
Oh.
Gotcha.
He's evil.
And it's a Min Pin or a Manchester Terrier?
He's a Min Pin mix.
Nice.
Aren't
I love
you,
those
buddy?
dogs.
Calypso saying Mag 2 Plus has, the Brightwell Alk. The Brightwell Calc has magnesium in it.
I did see that, and I might go to that solution too, because
that's what I use.
Right now, I got some bulk resupply pharma stuff at the moment, but that might be another route I go, is doing that. It's just, like I said before, my chemistry is a bit off because I have no phosphates, I have no nitrates. Hence the reason I got filter socks sitting over there that need to come into here so I can start making nitrates.
So thinking about the volume of water you have versus the amount of livestock you have, the consumption of the nutrients, are you seeing that resulting in coral growth and things like that? Like how?
Right now, when I look at my reef, I haven't seen a big boom in coralline algae yet, which I kind of attribute a bit to my mag being a little low. But so there's still a few corals in here that are unhappy. Some of the softies have been a little bit delayed. Unfortunately, I lost most of my Japanese stereonepthia, which really was upsetting.
Oh no.
And I pretty much can guarantee it's because it didn't have phosphates and nitrates in here, even though
Yeah.
Because I've been feeding the living crap out of this tank to try and dump more in. It's
Yeah.
just not enough. And I've got a trip I got to go on rather soon, but when I get back, I'm probably going to start adding some fish to the system as well.
Hmm. Have you thought about dosing nitrate and phosphate?
I was looking at that, and I might still do it. I'm just kind of holding until I get back from my outing. Like I'm starting to see some. I'm starting to see some signs of coralline popping up, but I'm still seeing some diatoms here and there, and it's just not enough nutrients in here for this giant water volume. So that's why I keep feeding very heavily.
Yeah, because
So
something is consuming it.
I've made a fish food I call the nitrate buster, where I've blended up and I put extra ReefGrrl, extra everything in it. I wish I could get you some, Alex, because I gave some to Carlos, and Carlos said, "Hey, one of my frag tanks, I have 0 nitrates in it." I'm like, "I got something for you,
I can fix
Carlos."
that.
just text me the formula. I'll make some. I actually got an unopened thing of ReefGrrl here, and I'll
text you. I went to BRS and I bought every fish food they had dried, and I also took squid, scallops, clams, took out and I blended like tuna, everything with protein. And and I have like seaweed, but I made for like, but I knew I was going to give it to friends, but when I was packaging it up, I made different batches. So for my friends that have like big fish, I didn't blend the protein too small so their fish can have bigger chunks. For people who had a lot of tangs, I put extra seaweed in that, so that's a little bit seaweed. For like Carlos's tank, that got more than half of the ReefGrrl, the reef chili, the reef blizzard, all that stuff. Like everything that was coral food, I put in it. And I took all the juices from all the other, because I saw someone tested the phosphate in those juices. So I basically drained the juices into.
I did that with the PE mysis to see what the phosphates are at, and it was off the scale. And I was like, "Good, I'm feeding this every day."
Yep. So I drained the water from all the juices and everything into the nitrate buster bag. So I'll text you the formula.
And I think my thing is like in a little bit of it too is I am feeding heavy, but I'm also a little apprehensive about overfeeding because I don't want to go I could dump in all this stuff, it'll be just fine, and then I come downstairs the next morning and go, oops, like I boo-booed and just killed all my stuff. Like I guess in part of this too, this is part of the reason that I am getting away more and more from all these single polyp colonies and going more to aquacultured and maricultured stuff, because I know it's like some of this stuff's going to get stressed and some of it might not make it. Like Stereonepthia, I'm upset about it, but I know I can get more of it. That's the one positive of it.
And it takes too long to grow, man. Like, I mean, I'm going through a bad time right now, but so let me okay, so a little bit of a rant time, Cindy. Just give me. I got corals from Acro Breeder, I got corals from Reef Keeper, and I got corals from my local LFS, and they had different names, and they ended up being the same thing. But I didn't know until you grew them to a certain size that, oh, those are the same. Like some of the stuff you buy online, you're buying like boogers and shards, and it just I can imagine, like, when I would rather buy a bigger piece of a not so nice coral rather than a a booger of a nicer coral, because man, you get a quarter-inch frag, and I have gotten quarter-inch frags from Aqua SD. I'm calling them out specifically. In a year, when that thing doubles, you just have a half-inch frag, man. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
that's frustrating. Like,
Yeah.
I look at it and you have all these different sizes, and it's not necessarily because of growth rate. It's just because for that one, I got a quarter-inch frag. And in a year, when it's doubled in size versus you got a 1-inch frag, in a year, you got 2 inches.
Hmm.
Then in 2 years, you have 4 or 8 inches because it's exponential. But
Yeah.
man, like, it is, man, like, that is so, like, I'm so pissed. Like, I'm seeing that, and I understand, like, it's money, people gotta, like, but we're getting like tiny frags now. Like, it
Well,
is ridiculous.
And you
You
know
know-
what the funny thing is, though, is that you'll tell somebody that, and I can already hear the, well, you just must not know what you're doing. It's since they're not growing fast.
But, listen, Alex, can you imagine if you buy a half-inch frag or a booger like in your tank? You would never see it. Like, you would be like, oh, I forgot I had that. I'm surprised.
Honestly, this is why everything that I was starting to do in the last system, but this system, I know I'm going to do it. Any frags that I get, they're going to go in that 400. I'm going to grow them out until I can frag them. I'm going to make 4 or 5 frags of them, mount those, let them encrust a bit, and then I'll keep a couple in the frag tank, and I'll throw the rest into the big display, and I'll see what they do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what else you can do is look for brownouts at the fish store.
I that is my new thing now. Like, I have
Yep.
brownouts at the store, like, especially because my fish store, Manhattan Aquariums, is connected to
Take these.
is owned by the guy from Unique Coral. So a lot of times I'll see
Yeah.
like brownouts that they'll get shipped from Unique Corals, and I'll be like, I'll take that for $60, and it's a mini colony, like a 4 or 5 inch across colony, but it's brown. And
Yeah.
like I had one and I gave to some friends that eventually, like, I lost the colony, it fell and I didn't see it. But or also, like, one thing I learned is millies. When millipora, they are aggressive, but when they lose a fight, they lose a fight quick. Like, they could lose a fight overnight and the whole colony could go up in flames. Like, I was shocked. They look like a nice millipora. I got it, it was brown, but I did see a little bit of pink through the glasses, you said, and it turned into a nice teal pink.
Yeah, I really think the brownouts, they're low risk, because what you're doing is you're taking something that, yeah, it's probably already a little bit maybe stressed, but you put it in your system and you can kind of use it as a gauge to how you're doing. Because if you can get that thing to color up, then you know that things are good.
And that's a perfect example of what I did with the 400. There was like a probably 6 to 8 inch piece of red dragon that was basically brown. And I knew my LFS had it forever. It was already starting to STN. And I go, hey, how much for this piece? And he just leaves like $10. And I'm like, sold. Got it home, fragged it up. I got 3 pieces of it. One of them where it was STNing. I separated that out. That died. But I got 3 frags out of it. That 2 I mounted to rocks. They're coloring up now to where they're getting more of that red dragon look.
Mm-hmm.
You know, 2 of them are in rocks. One's sitting on the bottom. They got some nice bright tips on some of them. I'm like, all right, well, I didn't kill that. So
exactly.
Well,
Greg said to me, Greg Carroll said, especially with maricultured pieces, he's like, these guys are smart. They are collecting stuff with flashlights and blue lights. He's like, they're not mariculturing brown corals. Like, and he said, when someone ships corals to the LFS brown, like, there's no extra zooxanthellae in the bag. That thing was brown before it was put in the bag. But he said especially if they have that mariculture, they're on the maricultured rock or they have the mariculture tag. He's like, people aren't mariculturing brown corals. So it has some potential somewhere. It might take some time, but it has potential. So he's like, I can't tell you what it is, but he said take a risk on those. The maricultured ones that have the Indo tags or the Solomon, what Indo tags. He's like, take a risk on them because these guys, the guys have been doing it for years. They're not mariculturing. They're not taking something and growing it to like a mini colony because it was brown. Like they're not idiots,
No, and it's the surprise of it. It's the unknown. It's the mystery, right? And it's rewarding to see it change before your eyes, rather than, spend big bucks on a home wrecker or whatever. I love how you describe the little teeny ones as boogers, because that's exactly what they're like. So you spend big bucks on that, and the thing dies. Because let me tell you, how much RTN do you think a booger can handle before it's done, compared with something that's larger? But anyway, the point is, the brown ones, oh yeah, I'd go for that. You get way more for your money, and you get the excitement and sort of the sense of accomplishment, right? That you took this thing that was ugly and you turned it into something beautiful.
Too many fish talk. I've seen a few videos of his where he gets these. He'll talk about them in videos. And he's like, yeah, that was an ugly brown one. And look at it now, and it's like fluorescent blue with white tips. And it's like,
and that's under natural light too. In his outside tanks, he doesn't even have any type of LED or any enhancement of the lighting. It's whatever is coming down out of the sky.
And that's and that's part of my play too with some of my stuff. It's like, what is my tank system now? 2 months old? I mean, I'm looking at it, I'm like, some things just aren't going to do well during this. Like the Stereonephthia really kind of sucked because it was a big colony.
Yeah.
But it's like, that's what happens when you put stuff into a new environment that's not stable.
Yeah. Like, I guess, have you tried maybe feeding it direct, like target feeding it with ReefGrrl or something?
It just, I have a certain amount of attention that I'll put on things.
Yeah.
It's sometimes, like, from past experience, I've found that sometimes poking things with a stick too much, you're going to kill it anyways.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're better off just leaving it alone and trying to do the best you can to make the water quality right. And in my case, I'm not going to be able to make phosphates and nitrates overnight. And like,
no,
I'm afraid.
Nor would you want to.
Well, that's my big fear with like dosing them. Is like, I know I could get it. And I had stuff in a shopping cart and I was ready to go. And I'm like, you know what? You got a trip in a week and a half. Don't start screwing with the tank right now. Wait till you get home.
Yeah.
Everything that's, if it's going to make it, the fish are doing okay. The system for the most part is doing okay. Don't go screwing with it, because that's going to invite disaster.
Yeah. Yeah. Algae Warrior saying, I've had some small frags not make it, not doing that anymore. Oh, hey, Cue Balls Reef. Welcome. Cue Balls says, Cindy, you're a machine. You know what? It's true. And I started tonight tired because I did some babysitting today. And hey, aquatic amigos, what's cracking, Reef family? Yeah, it's I don't know. It's a process of minute steps, really. And that's the only way you can look at it. And it always, I think I can't remember if I've talked about this here before, but just from all the videos and things that I've seen, and I've watched people come and go over the years. It's only been 5 years, but still, that's a lifetime when it comes to YouTube. And I've seen people have stunning success early on. And what happens is, because they haven't quite got things completely understood and down pat yet, even though their tank's doing well, then they go that one step too far and start really laying on with a lot of coral and spending a lot of money and starting to use the products. And then things start to go wrong. And it's because there's imbalances in the system that I mean, if you have a 6-month-old tank, not many people, like super experienced guys can do it, but not many people can have super success with a 6-month-old tank and have it sustained. Because you can get something that temporarily looks gorgeous, but it's to sustain it over the longer term that's the real challenge in this hobby.
Yep.
And,
How do you deal with, you're right. I'm quoting Greg a lot here, but Greg says, come see me in 2 years, because in 2 years you've dealt with pests, you've dealt with some alg spikes, you've dealt with some low alg, you've dealt with power heads breaking, you've dealt with keeping up with maintenance, because it's easy when you're new to it and it's exciting, but when it's not exciting anymore, like when there's an issue, do you overcorrect? Because that was my issue at first. Like, I overcorrected for everything. Like, I don't want to say any names, but like someone, like, I've seen mature SPS tanks now that have pests. Like, I don't know if any, like, we know ReefGrrl Phil, and Phil had pests with his tank, or he had something wrong, and he didn't overcorrect. He dealt with some stuff, and he dealt with it. And look at his tank is healthy. I saw someone on YouTube, nice guy, I like him. He had flatworms, and I really think it was the benign flatworm. Like, and I think the guy went ahead and like killed a lot of his corals trying to get rid of benign flatworms. And when he towards the end of the video, when he was showing, he was like, "There's a flatworm there." They were tiny on the glass, like they were not even a problem yet. And he went the route of like blowing the nuclear option first, and then he was like, "I should probably get a RAS." I was like, "You didn't have any RASes in the tank. You didn't have this." And I'm like, I think I would have tried those solutions first. And, I commented, I was like, "Hey, man, like, it's a 200-gallon tank. I would try multiple RASes, like not one." Like,
And a lot of the beginners that have the trouble have the nano tanks. Well, a RAS isn't always an option. So in those cases, they've got such a small water volume, they can't add the biological control. So sometimes they have no choice.
Yep, you're right. But that's one thing people used to preach against nanos, and now I like nanos because, like, forget about like flatworms and things like that. But when there's an issue, it's easy to take a 5-gallon bucket and just do a reset, right? Like if you keep your alk at 8, you go find a salt where matches your, like if you're having a problem, you go to your LFS, you pick up some Red Sea blue bucket that matches the parameters, right? And you come home, you do a water change, and you do a 100% water change. And guess what? You've just eliminated everything that was an issue with it in your tank. And then you can look. I will have a laugh sometimes when someone like has an issue, and then they'll do like someone will have like 100-gallon tank, and they're like, "My nitrates are high, so I'm gonna do a bucket of what?" And I'm like, you still have 90% of the issue like still in the tank, like a bucket.
A lot of that.
But what? Let me just finish up with this point, Alexa. But like, that's just the long term like thinking of it, because like when you've had a tank and you guys are building tank, like obviously for the long term, but you've built stations enough where you can do a big water change if you need it, right? You can do a large water change. It's not like you got 100-gallon tank and then you can only do 5-gallon bucket water changes. Like, there's going to be a time within that first 2 year where something's going to happen and you are going to need to do a big water change. And you going to go to the LFS and buy 100 gallons of water?
I could do 100-gallon water change, and then in short order after that, do another 100-gallon water change if I really had to right now. And that's because I have 2 50-gallon tubs of mixed water on hand, heated and circulating, and I have 125 gallons of RODI water at any given time. So that's the max I was willing to go. We could have gone more by getting larger salt mixing tanks, but because of space and everything else, we decided to go with 265s, and I fill them up to the 50-gallon mark. So
Yeah,
you're right, a reset. Like you can do a somewhat of a reset. I haven't done a water change yet on my sump system. I keep
but
saying
you
I
have
have
the
to do it.
ability to. But you have the ability
That's
to.
right. Yeah.
I can, with the right salt that'll mix fast, I can
Yep.
change out with my RODI system. I can change out, well, I don't know with the added tank, but I can change out the volume of the Red Sea tank in a day.
Yeah.
And that's with, I always have water on hand that's changing it. I can refill my thing in 3 hours. I'm thinking if I use the right salt. So it takes me about 4 hours to, I can have 25 gallons ready every 4 hours.
Yeah.
So I can mix, within the course of like a full day, give added time for just life. I can change out the volume of my tank if needed. And that was just listening to people and just seeing, like, obviously it's an apartment. I can't have 75 gallons, ready, but I have enough buckets and everything. Like, I can change out, I can push it to half a day if it's a real emergency, but I saw that and I was like, yeah, I said, dude, you're nuts. Cause as someone I felt I could say that, but I was like, dude, you're nuts. Like, you can't.
Well, it's a waste of time.
And I always feel that one of the things with our aquariums, sometimes like a big water change reset is the best solution for some things. But sometimes too, what I've learned just through years of experience is like trying to understand why you have the problem in the first place and the source of it. Nitrates, they're not hard to understand the chemistry behind them and the biology of why they occur. And that's why I usually won't touch a nitrate discussion on a forum with a 10-foot pole, maybe even a 100-foot pole, because there's always a magic bottle or a water change or something else. And I always, when I used to get into those, I go, well, do you understand why you have high nitrates? There's a reason that you have them. Your biological system has become imbalanced.
Yeah.
And the aerobic part of it is outdoing, it's like making a assembly line of cars where, if you keep that thing running and you can make one car an hour, that's great. But, if the engine factory's making like 10 engines an hour, but you're only making one car an hour, yeah, you're going to have an imbalance and things are going to stack up. And that's what happens with some of this stuff is understanding the reason you have it. Because sometimes one thing I always see with the water change is it could really be a fast reset, which is good. And a lot of times you have to do it because of a problem, but sometimes it's, well, I did the water change, but a week, 2 weeks later, my nitrates are back at 80 parts per million, and I don't understand.
Well,
and it's, then someone goes, well, I'm going to dump in this magic bottle of stuff that somebody said will get rid of my nitrates. And, somebody goes again to these extremes, and then next thing you know, they're like, well, all my fish or corals are dead, and I don't understand why. I did like 30 things in the last week, and one of them must have killed everything. I just don't know what.
Well, when I've done large water changes has been because of something that was an emergency, something catastrophic that happened, even if I didn't know what it was. But when it comes to nitrates, I was just sitting here thinking, when my tank gets here and everything's up and running, I'm going to have the pleasure of dropping my nitrates in half. When I put that 300 gallons of new water online, once the tank is full and I flip the switch and join it all together, instant drop of nitrates in half. So the question becomes, is that maybe a little bit risky?
No.
I mean, I don't think it is, but
you're at what, 10 right now?
12 last time I tested it. So
that's a darn good level to be at too.
Yeah.
See, I'm actually thinking when I go to my main display, because it's going to dilute my system once it's running, is that I might choose with the new display to dose nitrates and phosphates into that tank.
Yeah.
It's going to have a very long test period and boost those levels artificially, so that when I do the eventual cutover to where it becomes one system, that it's not going to have some of that stuff, because I'm going to be much more concerning on my alk and alk, calcium, magnesium, phosphate, nitrate based on that pH. I'll see what I could do there. Hopefully, I don't have to have a problem. But.
Well, and this is the case. The only case I never buffer my mixed salt water when I do a water change. I never change it. In fact, I rarely even test it. I just trust that it's going to be whatever it's supposed to be. And I take the hit if it's a hit. And I have a feeling I should be addressing that, and I probably will down the road once I get a quicker testing method than what I'm doing now. But the one exception I'll make to that is I should probably consider matching the parameters in my new salt water, so that when I add the new 300 gallons, that it's all the same water. Make an exception and do that, because it makes a lot of sense to me. It's doubling my water volume, or more than doubling it. So it might be a little risky to take new salt water that mixes up at 8 DKH, for example, and dump it into my system that's sitting at 9.2 right now, because I do have corals in there, and they're going to notice it. So that's probably something I should get prepared for, because the way I think we're going to do it is to get the pumps installed to fill the tank upstairs. I'm thinking I'm going to pump water out of the sump chamber, the final return chamber, into the new tank, put tank water in there, and then replace that water with water from my saltwater mixing station, so that I'm adding some existing tank water to the new tank and just gradually replacing it with new salt water so that it can start mixing. So I don't know the practicalities of that, because I'm pretty sure the 12 inches of water in the bottom of my return stock tank is probably something less than 50 gallons. So it might be pretty tricky to stage it properly. I don't know. I may have to take it out of the 100. I don't know, because the return pumps are going to be connected to that final chamber. So I don't know. I have to figure it out. A lot to think about here.
How long are you going to test your new tank before you put it in line?
I don't know. Probably at least a month, I'm thinking, because I want to make sure the flow is right. Because I'm going to be putting the rocks in, taking them out of their cooking totes that they're still in. They've been since February. And I want to see what's going to happen when I turn the lights on, if I'm going to get, algae and stuff like that.
So I think you'll be you're going to have the same type of thing that I'll have with.
Yeah.
If you're running the display kind of standalone without the sumps for a while, then you've got a month to balance everything out. And then if some, like the alk's too high or something, you could always do a water change with a salt that's got lower alk.
Yeah.
But then again, it's what I'm kind of thinking of once I get my phosphate and nitrate under control, I don't want to dilute it and suddenly, knock it out to nothing again, and then be back to the same place I'm at now.
Yeah, that's a more dangerous situation, is to bottom out the nutrients suddenly. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, these types of challenges were things that I never really expected, because I think we always think of these challenges in terms of equipment. But because I'm taking an existing mature reef, which essentially is what I have, it's like 4 years old, and kind of storing it, and then I'm moving it into a brand new environment. But the water is going to be what it's been in. You know what I mean? So it's like a hybrid of all the. It's not just like setting up a new tank and a sump, filling it with water and going. It's got to be a gradual process, and I think that drags it out a little bit longer. And every day I go down there and I look at it and I think, I cannot believe how well some of these things are doing. And then I pick another 10 pounds of algae off the rocks. You know, the really long, gross stuff.
I'm awaiting that to happen. I'll be happy. I'd rather have too many nutrients than not enough where I'm at right now, because obviously it's been detrimental to a few things. But
well, I suspect a lot of the problem of the higher nitrates that I had, I mean, it's come down a lot. I have been using some no-pox to try and generate some bacterial growth, but it's all the media bags that I took out of the canisters. And even though I did rinse those in salt water before I put them in the new tank, there's got to have been gunk in there, because they were in the canisters for like 9 months as the holding tank was running. And I didn't do as good a job as I should have keeping those things rinsed out and avoiding all the crud that gets in there. So I have a feeling I'm working my way through the nitrate factories that I transplanted from the canisters into the
Send
new
those to
system.
Alex. Send those to Alex. He needs some nitrate factory.
Yeah, we need a swap.
That's why it was funny, because my LFS, he's got a little newer guy in there that I've met him a few times. He came over to deliver the glass for my 400 when it came in. And I'm like, yeah, I got to buy filter socks to make nitrate factories. He just kind of looked at me. I'm like, I don't normally use these things because they're usually not a good thing, in my opinion.
I can recommend a canister filter to create a nitrate factory.
Yeah, actually, you know what? If I really want to do a good one, I could make a quicksand filter.
Yeah.
For anyone that goes back far enough to know what those things are the ultimate nitrate factory.
Why did we ever use them, though?
Because it's what we knew, right?
Well, they were, so by all means, as a biological filter, they were sold as a small and incredibly efficient biological filter where you could house a small, cylinder. It was only like a 2-inch cylinder with sand in it, and it just had like a Powerhead 301 tumbling the sand in it. Okay. And that thing was the ultimate biological filter for the aerobic part of the nitrogen cycle. And that thing you could probably dump raw ammonia into that thing, and it would probably take it. The problem was it spit nitrate out just as quickly.
I see what you mean. I got you now.
That's what I'm talking about, that balance of, you have all the oxygen-rich parts of the nitrogen cycle taking place. Ammonia to nitrite to nitrate is all oxygen-based, but nitrate getting broken down into nitrogen gas is an anaerobic process that does not need it. Shouldn't. The bacteria don't like oxygen and they don't like light. If you don't have that balance, that's where you get in trouble. And that's where I found, in part, through years of having that in my tank. I had 2 Magnum 350s and two quicksand filters. My nitrates were over 80 ppm. I could do a 30-gallon water change in a 125, and it wouldn't even make a dent in it.
Yeah.
And it was years of dealing with that until someone finally taught me how to make a denitrifying filter to get rid of nitrates. And then when I made that, I got them under control. And then like 6 months later, I decided to convert my fish only into a reef.
Okay.
Well, and that reminds me too, you're talking about the anaerobic process that converts nitrate to nitrogen gas. That's another reason I don't think I will be using the man-made rock anymore because I don't think it's porous enough
So dense.
to house that anaerobic bacteria that you get in the live rock.
Yeah.
And it takes so long to build that up in the live rock
We
because
don't. We.
it
You,
really does have to be low. Like what is it, under 5% oxygen or something like that for it to operate properly? Like
Yeah.
it's hard to get that environment in the average reef tank to begin with.
It is, but and I never implemented it in my last aquarium build. I was on standby to do it because I was always wondering. I was prepared for the nitrates to get out of control, and essentially, the method I used in my original nitrate, this denitrifying filter was to take 100 feet of airline tubing, coil it up long ways on a board, stick it in 4-inch PVC, and put 1 drop per second through it. The surface area of the airline tubing was plenty for the bacteria, and I was even injecting some glucose. I got like glucose tablets for diabetics and crushed them up, and I was putting it in solution and injecting the sugar in because that was a food for those bacteria. That, and really what I discovered after that, because a lot of people, some other people I knew that had done that, they go, well, the airline tubing will eventually clog. But I realized after that, it really doesn't matter if it comes down to just surface area and low flow and no light. And that's where I kind of went to the idea of I would probably do like 4-inch diameter PVC, could use a dosing pump now, or just a regular pump and a little needle valve and just have it going in there at like 1 drop a second.
But the only thing is though, and I had a discussion with John Blue Carbon when he had his sulfur denitrator running, and the thing that occurred to me is that the pace of the effluent, like the turnover, is so slow. I was trying to understand how it would be enough to process the entire volume of water in a big tank to make a difference.
So, well, and you could kind of do the math on that by
I think it was like 12. I think it was like 12 years or something like that.
That fast, the water.
For it to turn over
how much 1 drop a second is.
Well, a calcium reactor affects and it's drops, right? So, let me just say this, guys, my computer is dying. So if you see me disconnect, I'm gonna hold on for as long as I can. I'm at 5%. So
oh boy,
I'm at 18 on my phone, so I know where you're at. But
I think I know where we're heading. Oh my God, it's almost 1 a.m. Here I am, another 5-hour live stream. 4:52:30.
Yeah, and Cindy, the way I would look at it is, while the drip rate isn't heavy, it's the consumption of the nitrates and the dilution on the water that they provide. Is if you have water coming in at 80 ppm of nitrate, and the water going out is at like 10 or 0, for instance, and you have that keep going, and it can outcompete the source of what's creating the nitrates, it will start to drop it. And that's why, like with mine, when I put that denitrifying filter on, I started removing my quicksand filters and canister filters, or modifying them. Like the canister filters, I took all the filter floss out, just had carbon in them. I started making those modifications to, go after the source of where those nitrates were coming from, and then in conjunction with the denitrifying filter. Like I never messed around with like sulfur reactors or anything, because they can have their own quirks from what I've understood. And that's why I kind of was like, well, the bacteria will naturally form, and I mean they already have the nitrates if you have a high level of them to feed on. And heck, I was dosing like 5 mils of a sugar solution like every few days or something in line,
Yeah.
and it was dumping out stuff pretty good. It got my nitrates down to 0 in a Fowler tank within a few months. So it's
Yeah, because once we get everything moved out of the 150 stock tank, we are going to build a manifold, and the design's going to be kind of different because, like, just as usual, right? And because I've been thinking about that, if there's a way to put in line in one of the outlets on the manifold to put some sort of a denitrating filter, it would make a lot of sense. And I have the space in this thing. We've got the dark area where all the media bags are. Like I have to do some more research into it and figure out what to do, but I would like to have something that I can bring online if I need it. I don't want to get behind the 8 ball because you know how life goes. One week your nitrates are 5, the next they're 7, the next they're 15, then they're 30, and you go, oh geez, the nitrates are 30. I should get on top of this. Not that you're going to do anything drastic and go nuts and panic, but it's trending in a direction you don't want. Well, by the time you actually get around to doing it, your nitrates are 60, things are starting to look bad. You know what I mean? So if I can create something that's ready to go, if I see some sort of a trend that I don't like, and I can basically just open the valve and go, because I have the space and I have the layout that would allow me to do something like that, which I've never had before. Because of course, when you have a sump under a tank, it's always the space that's the problem.
Yeah, and I'll say my last system, I never brought it online because the refugium on its own took care of it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I had it balanced to where it stayed. The nitrate was a solid 10.
Yep.
And the phosphate was at like 0.04 generally.
Yeah.
And it never moved from there, basically. It just sat there. And I was like, everything's happy.
I love Cato just because I really like how it looks. I love that it's all dark green. I know what it's doing. And when I set the system up, I put a fist size piece, which by the way is from I have conserved this stuff through all my tanks. And so this is part of the original Catomorpha that I got in 2011 or something like that. But anyway, a fist-sized piece has turned into what's roughly the size of a basketball if I turned it into a ball, but I've got it all kind of flattened out and whatever. So that's the other part of it. As that grows, it also helps to contribute to controlling some of this stuff or to taking up some of those extra nutrients that I've managed to transplant into this tank. Yeah, I don't know.
The interesting thing I found with mine refugium in the last system too is that a vast majority of the time I did not do heavy harvesting. Yeah. I would just let it sit there, and it like I had periods where it was like 2-3 months I didn't even touch it.
Yeah. And now I have the space for that now. I used to harvest mine regularly because it would outgrow the small area that I had in my sump for it.
Yeah, so, I would find mine would kind of stagnate after a while, and it wouldn't really grow heavy. And I just left it there, and I was like, well, everything's in check and it's happy. Why bug it? And it wasn't until my LFS was like, hey, I could use some Chaeto, or hey, that Caulerpa that you keep posting pictures of, I'll take some giant chunk.
Exactly. Oh, hey, Deep Reef. And hi, Ugly Man's Reefing. And Cue Ball's Reef is here. And who else? Viren Patel. Hi, everybody that came in recently. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a slice going forward with this. I don't know. I'm just really trying not to make any big mistakes, because big mistakes are easy to make when you don't know what you're doing. And doing my best not to do anything on the spur of a moment or respond to something in a way that could be catastrophic because I'm not understanding what I'm looking at, because that's happened to me before. We were talking about all the things we go through in the 2 years. We'll talk about, mysterious tank crashes that you only think you know why, and others that you do know why, and you realize how dumb you were, so there's all of that people need to go through as well.
Yeah, you just in it. I'll say this: even being at the LFS today, I was like, "Don't buy anything you're not supposed to." You came in here to buy fish food and filter socks. You did not come here to buy corals, fish, or any other inverts today. And like, I was really struggling that impulse control.
Yeah.
So I was like, ooh, look at that. I was like, ooh, cocoa worms. I want some cocoa worms. I've never messed with those in my own tank.
Yeah.
And it's like, stop.
And you know what I tell myself? I would be a really bad reef keeper, irresponsible, if I took some of those tempting things home. Not all of them, but some of them, because I'd probably kill it. So in that sense, I've been able to stop myself from bringing home a lot of stuff that I would love to have. And I just keep thinking, you know what? If it's not available when I'm ready for it, when my tank is ready for it, when I think I can look after it properly, then I'm just not meant to have it, right?
And that's where I've been like, you have a plan. Once you start getting everything rolling, you're going to set up the 100-gallon. All the fish are going to come through that. Corals might eventually go through that, or something else too, if they're not getting a dip in a microscope check. Like, I'm trying to hold myself to that so I don't have that problem.
Yeah. And then the one fish that is only available once every 5 years will come along.
You know what though? It's like you said, it's not meant to be. Sometimes that's what you got to do, is just let it go.
Yeah, it's true.
That Regal Angel I got a hold of, it just was like, just happened to be timing that worked, and I was like, okay. But I wouldn't have walked in the store and been like, I'll just randomly get a Regal Angel, because I consider it a high risk fish.
Yeah.
Just knowing it was in captivity for years, and where it was originally purchased, and the health of the system it came out, I was like, okay, I'll do that. But not ready for a wholesaler Regal.
And I remember the days when I started, when Galaxia corals were exotic and new, and and things are so different now. I look at people's tanks, like look at MB's tank we were looking at tonight. Like, holy smokes! Oh, I guess O is out of juice.
No, he lost it.
Yeah,
I'm down to 17%.
And I just think there's so much to choose from now. And even in Canada, we don't get the same variety as you guys do. Plus, you can travel like from coast to coast in the US, as O was saying, or maybe it was MB, the stores on the West Coast and in Florida, the access they have to the variety of livestock is just amazing compared to like even 10 years ago. There just wasn't that much.
You get a lot of niches too, because you get somebody in an area that's doing really well growing something, and a lot of times they're dumping those frags on the local market. So you might have something that's very common in one part of the country or in a state, and then you go someplace else and they're like, oh my God, you have this? Like, and that's where I've been kind of opening up more too. Like, I've been trying to just, again, get away more from some of the single polyp stuff and just go into frags, because I hate to say, but that's the way stuff's going to end up going. If it's not maricultured or aquacultured, or it's not already in your country or
Mm-hmm.
local
Mm-hmm.
hobby.
Yeah.
I don't know how much longer some of these collection habits are going to be sustained, even if they are proper and stuff. It's just kind of the way the wind's blowing, unfortunately, with that.
Yeah, that reminds me, one of these days I have to look under my button scolie, because when it was in the Red Sea tank, it was starting to develop kind of a bump on one side. And I remember the skirt was lifting up just in one spot again, but it was in a place I couldn't see because it was against the rock. So it's a lot bigger now. So I was thinking the other day, I need to kind of hold it upside down under the water and see if it's getting any babies. Because I'm thinking I love the solitary polyps. So I have to get as many as I can in the next 18 months. Because I agree with you, the trackies and symphilias that I've seen that I'm starting to see advertised are not what they once were.
I just,
You know,
honestly, like, I'm getting to the point with some of them now where I'm like, I can't justify the cost of those.
yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm
They're
assuming the
beautiful and I
prices are.
love having them, but
Yeah, no, I'm
it's like,
assuming the prices are going to regulate, but who knows? Yeah.
well, like, I guess a good way to compare that is like 21 Tails torch or one of the exotic torches. Those are not hard to get going and really grow them out. I had a great one going until I killed it.
Yeah.
I probably should have fragged it before that, but I'm upset that I lost it, knowing the fact that it's become more of a sustainable resource in the hobby and that
Yeah.
it's not, I'm not going nuts doing it. And it wasn't intentional that I lost it or took risks, but it's a little more comfort saying, well, I'm out the money for it, but I know that there's a lot of people growing them and that it's a sustainable resource to the hobby so that I can get another piece and start growing out a new colony.
Yeah.
Whereas like the trachees and stuff, it's kind of like, man, that sucks. Like, I'm still upset at some of the ones I lost in my last system, and it's like, well, not getting those back. I mean, they don't get fragged, and price has just gone. It's just getting insane, and
It is. But
I'm almost to the point where I'd be like, I would probably go to an LFS or somebody and go, if I had money from trades or stuff that I grew out to trade for it, I'd be like, I'll do that. But I don't know. I'll probably still be a sucker for a few more of them because I love them so much. But
yeah, that's how I got the last couple of expensive ones, was with frags traded in at the LFS. And I could never afford to spend that kind of money on them. So,
I got really good deals on the last ones that I got where I know that there's no way I'm going to be able to buy them for that.
Yeah.
So, but there's so much beautiful stuff out there though too that I've been discovering more and more, especially after I grew out a lot of stuff where I'm like, yeah, that was a $15 frag, but man, that stuff looks nice once it grows out.
Yeah, and that's what I meant when I was saying, even 10 years ago, there wasn't the variety that there is today. So you could make an entire display area out of just encrusting corals, and the color variety would be phenomenal. Because the Leptastria, the Leptocerus, the plating or the encrusting Montipora, the Cyphastria.
Favias.
There's so many of them. Yeah, Favias. Yep. Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of cool stuff out there, and that's the state. It's like
And those are all sustainable because you can frag them. People don't
Yep.
think encrusting corals are easily fragged, but they are. If that's your intention, you mount rubble around them and let them grow over the rubble, and then you just break the rubble off. And I really think that's why they're so underrated, because the whole idea now is, yeah, get those expensive acropora, grow them out, frag them. Well, it's not just acropora, and it's not just fancy torches or whatever. Those encrusting corals can also be propagated, and probably profitably, because there's such a variety. Chalices, for example, some of the prices on chalices are insane, and they were introduced like not that long ago. I want to say 7, maybe 8 years, they started to become popular and expensive. And now look at the variety. Like and this is the thing. So we don't have to wreck the lives of Dracophilias to have beauty in our tanks. You know,
And I think that's the one thing too, is that we talk about these corals that they become those hot corals everybody wants.
mm-hmm.
But it's like the stuff that everybody wanted last year. It's like, well, now they got an excess of that, but it's not like it's
Mm-hmm.
the fad dies, but you know,
Mm-hmm.
it's still
It's trends. There are
still
trends.
a beautiful looking coral, and that's why,
Yeah.
like, a lot of times the frag shows, like, I'll buy a couple nicer things usually, but a lot of times I'm just like cruising through tanks, and it's like you really have to look.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's a lot of hidden gems in there where it's like, well, how much is that one? Like, oh, $10. I'm like, take that in a second.
Mm-hmm. I've had a few of those. Yeah, it's and then people go, "Oh my God, where did you get that?" Well, you probably walked right by it because it was only the size of a dime at that coral show 2 years ago. You know, and now that it's grown out, it's yeah, it's crazy. Who else we got here? Angel Rorijo. Hey, how's it going? Okay, I think I should probably call it. It's 1:11 a.m. That seems
Yeah,
like an auspicious time.
it's a good stream though.
Well, yeah, I always appreciate talking to you, Alex, and I'm glad O was in here, and Garrett, Algae Warrior, which, by the way, I think I told him I love that name. So it was great to see everybody, and we will. Okay, so I said I was going to talk about this next weekend. July the 24th is the 4th Sunday. Actually, it's the last Sunday, because July the 31st is a Saturday. So it's going to be weird because it's not going to be the last weekend of the month, but the next stream will be Sunday, July 24th at 1 p.m. That'll be the global thing. So everybody who might be watching or watching the replay, or the 13 people that are still keeping their eyes open and listening, next weekend won't be Saturday, it'll be Sunday. And then the following weekend will be July 31st, it'll be Saturday again. So hopefully we'll see everybody back, and have a good week. I hope you get a lot more done this week. I'm hoping my tank comes this week, but at this point, who knows, right? So good night, everybody. Thanks for coming by and spending the time. And thanks again, Alex. And
Good night, everybody.
yeah, we will see you next week.